assumption number one, a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable.
No reason, no logic.
Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals,
you're just on your own.
What do you think?
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
I think I destroyed you is what I think.
You're just on your own.
It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.
And we are live. I bet you've missed us, haven't you? 3 days off again. Welcome back. It's Friday. Anybody wants to come in? You know the script. Things are still all up in the air. So, I mean, everybody come in, have a conversation. I'm all about the Discord and the stuff that's been going on in the Discord. So if you've not been in the Discord, I don't know how far behind you are, but I don't even know whether I could explain it. I think we need somebody else to explain it, because I presume that everything I say about this, what's been going on, will probably be wrong. But I mean, there's a guy, right, called Flat Earth Math, and he has contradictions within mathematics even. I know that sounds surprising, him being called Flat Earth Math and all, but yeah, he has contradictions within his mathematical system that he says you can't bring into reality. There's a break between the mathematical process and what occurs in reality within the mind of this guy who calls himself Flat Earth Math.
Wouldn't that be a contradiction in and of itself? That a teacher that's supposed to teach you subjects for the real world that say that things he teaches, some things that work.
Yeah, he's a complete and utter walking contradiction, as you will find out happens a lot with this model affliction. There's a thing called reality, which I think most of us know that we live in, and there seems to be a growing number of people that sort of know it's not flat. But there's another group of people that make you want to choose sides. And they say you have to accept these contradictions. So it seems to be the choice. Now, I've always been a little bit weird, perhaps, in the way that I was brought up. I don't see any need for contradictions. I don't need to hold on to contradictions at all. So what I do is I just dispel all contradictions whenever they come up. I have this thing called epoche, where you can put all of these things in that box. Now, what people get upset about is the fact that I talk about these contradictions, and we talk about the contradictions within this Discord server. So I think we have to put out a warning to anybody listening, right? If you react badly to hearing contradictions, i.e. if you have a really bad reaction to cognitive dissonance, then don't watch this channel. Please don't. This isn't the place for you. You just don't want this. Also, that goes the same as if you don't know what a contradiction is. Because it seems like some people get upset at us pointing out these contradictions. They want to accept them and then tell us that they're not contradictions. But obviously, we wouldn't be pointing them out as contradictions if they weren't contradictions. So, please try not to get offended at contradictions. If you hear of a contradiction and you feel challenged, then possibly there's a contradiction there where there is no solution to it. It's just a contradiction. Nobody's saying you're making the wrong choice or whatever. You were just pointing out contradictions. Simple as that. There's a big one going on at the minute with this guy who's called Flat Earth Math. You might be able to see him. He's in the chat there. He says in the chat here, everybody can read it. He says, here's a good rule of thumb. If you hear, Bev, try thinking, that's me, stating what I believe, it's pretty safe to assume the opposite is true. Kind of like the New York Times, lol. Okay, so there you go. Flat Earth Math, Charles, I think he believes that the Earth's a globe. And as you can tell, he's called Flat Earth Math. So that would make sense for him. I think he believes, is that right, Charles? Let's say this rule of thumb. If you hear, Bev, try thinking, stating what I believe, that's Flat Earth Math. It's a pretty safe to assume the opposite is true, kind of like the New York Times, lol. Right? Am I correct in thinking that you believe that the Earth is a globe, Charles? Flat Earth Math? I think he is, anyway. But, I mean, I don't know. Take his rule or whatever. I mean, it depends. Who knows? Who knows? He's called Flat Earth Math, so you make your own mind up. Oh, yeah, Saragaki's got this one as well. And this is what Flat Earth Math wrote earlier. Not that he likes contradictions or anything, but I mean, he actually wrote this. So believe it or not, I'm reading it off the screen. It says, you almost got it. Vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal. Okay? So the relationship between vertical and horizontal is that vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal. Then he goes on to say that horizontal is guaranteed to be perpendicular to plumb, brackets, vertical. So, horizontal is guaranteed to be perpendicular to vertical, but vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal. Got it?
Massive contradiction.
It's a maths teacher. He claims to be a maths teacher. Well, I mean, hey, have I said that? I said he claims to be a maths teacher. So does that still go for, or is it just what he believes?
Well, if I say, I'll say what I've heard him claim. He claims to be a math teacher, but not a mathematician. He also claims to be an expert at geometry, but with no actual formal training in logic.
Yeah, he believes he's an expert at geometry. Is that good, Charles? Is that one of those flat earth math statements that everybody should think counter to what I say? Or sometimes, I mean, you be the decision, right, Charles? Charles will tell you whenever you should believe what people say about him or whether not, right? Let Charles be the arbiter of whatever he wants to believe. Even the stuff he writes. It's very strange. I think we should do a focus on flat earth math.
Yes, and he said that he is geometer but not mathematician, which is another contradiction because you cannot be geometer without being mathematician. So, because geometry is math.
Expert at geometry. Didn't know a thing about logic. Never studied any logic ever. He said that to us. Which is a bit hard. I find that a bit hard to believe for him to be an expert geometer and to not understand the link of logic to geometry. That's very strange, but hey, this is new mathematics. This is flat earth math.
Not that math, because if he's geometer but not mathematician, it means that his geometry is not mathematical. It means that it has to be different from geometry.
So yeah, if anybody wants to come in, have a word. I doubt it anybody will want to come in and challenge flat Earth math. I mean, he's a god amongst the the flat Earth, or like, I mean, it's hard to tell, isn't it? I mean, who wants to challenge flat Earth math? I mean, who knows what he is? Could he contradict himself? Could he contradict you? Could he tell you that you can't apply things to reality? Who knows? He might be a special case. He might even make a video about you, calling you a flat earther. You might be lucky. This is the new flat earth math. He keeps wanting to come in and recruit us into his flat earth thing. He wants to say that Saragaki and you know, all of us, really. He wants to make us all flat earthers. Then he can have his little, like, he can say he's the flat earth cult leader. He's trying. I think he's on a missionary sort of thing where he goes around trying to recruit people to flat earth. But we've always said that it's fucking ridiculous. Really. The earth's not flat. And I can't imagine why somebody would want to put that as their name. Doesn't give you much credibility, to be honest. But
sounds ridiculous to me.
But isn't his logo a contradiction as well?
I think that's what he's on a mission to do, right?
Flat Earth math?
He's selling contradictions, right, for the flat Earth. If you want to know how ridiculous flat Earth math is, then all you have to do is watch one of his videos. Or, you know, like, just imagine, right? There's mathematics that's built upon a logical system. That's, well, a perfect logical system, right? At least the old stuff. I'm not too sure about the new stuff. And then, opposed to that, you've got flat Earth math. So imagine normal math, right? And then there's this different math, flat Earth math.
And he is using or trying to use flat Earth math to prove the globe. This is strange for me, very strange.
I don't know. I haven't really got an understanding of what he's doing. I don't think he tries to prove. I don't think anybody needs to prove the globe because everybody knows it's his globe. He just wants to recruit people as flat earthers. Like, I mean, I'd say it was a little bit of intimidation, right? Because if people want to come in for a conversation, that's fine. Want to talk about a bit of logic, make a bit of an argument, have a bit of a back and forth discussion about things, that's fine. Flat Earth Math wants to come along and tell you can't do that. He just literally walks in and says, you can't do that. And we go, why? You know, like, we're just making these arguments from reality. And he goes, well, I'm going to label you a flat earther. And that, at first, right? I mean, I don't know how many people have ever done that, but not being a flat earther and having people call you a flat earther publicly in a video it's a little bit strange as to why people want to do that, especially somebody called Flat Earth Math. Why would a guy called Flat Earth Math want to go round and tell people that they're flat earthers? It's like he's recruiting for the flat earth. But I mean, I say, like I've said for a bit, the earth is not flat. There's proof that the earth is not flat. We've told Flat Earth Math that as well. On the few steps to leading up from advanced simplicity, to start off with from the first principles, you work through a few statements so you can make sure you agree with somebody. Well, it just so happens that along the way, a perpendicular proof is one of the vital steps for you to learn a geometric process and understand that. Well, it just so happens that this perpendicular proof, flat earth math has stated that you can't use this in reality. You can't relate it to reality in any way, because I think he gets upset. Maybe tears or something. Don't know. What did he say? What did he give the reason why you're not allowed to use vertical and horizontal within the perpendicular proof?
Something about scale, that even though they are straight line both when you draw them on paper and when you establish them in reality, then somehow you can scale them on the paper, but you cannot scale them in reality. Somehow, that's what I got out of what he said.
Yeah, one of them's perpendicular to the other, but it doesn't work the other way round or something like that, he was saying, wasn't he?
Yeah,
The
he said that too,
vertical's
yeah.
not perpendicular to horizontal, it's perpendicular. It's not perpendicular to its perpendicular. But horizontal is guaranteed to be perpendicular to its perpendicular vertical. Now, if that sounds confusing, it's because it is. It's because he's a madman. But he literally has to be like this. Now, the strange thing is that this madman is going round exposing a weakness, like a contradiction that everybody already holds. You can't get away from it. Everybody already holds this contradiction. Now, what Charles is doing, flat earth math, he's going around telling you that in order for you to resolve this contradiction, what you have to do is you have to separate the perpendiculars. And if that sounds crazy, welcome to the world of flat earth math. You've got two lines that are perpendicular, but only one of them's perpendicular. Which one? That's up to you to decide, because you're going to go mad. I'd try just like leave it, just sort of walk away from it. If anybody ever tries to tell you or sell you a contradiction, just walk away. But I mean, this is the point. How do you know what a contradiction is? How do you know? Because within mathematics, there are three fundamental, well, five. He's like the Spanish Inquisition. You've got the three fundamental laws. Law of identity, law of the excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. Then you've got double negatives, law of double negatives, the not, and sufficient reason. Do you necessarily need the law of non-contradiction? Is that all right? Can we do away with the law, right? If in mathematics we have to have the law of non-contradiction in order for mathematical formulas and all of that to work, can't contradict yourself, obviously, in mathematics. But what about in reality? Are you going to allow for contradictions in reality? How's it go? What do people do? Can you just sort of pretend you didn't see it and allow it? Just let, you know. Do you allow for that? What do you think? Anybody want to come in? Anybody in the chat? It's challenging because nobody's ever really been asked these questions. But we've found that we're in an arena talking about reality. And there's a group of people, call them model afflicted people, like flat earth math, that seem to me to accept contradictions, or maybe they can't see the contradictions. Maybe there's something happened within their logical framework that allows them to be contradiction blind. Because that's the way it's seeming to get more and more recently. You can't really talk to people because there's a thing that, like Flat Earth Math said earlier, what's he say? The opposite is true. Here's the context for the screen cap. I'm saying you can't start with horizontal and construct a vertical from it. Why? You can. Like, why can you not? Like, what's up with him?
I mean, in reality, yes, you can. So it's not, I wouldn't say the question for me is why can't you? Because obviously you can. My question is, how does he get himself into a position where he can say that, which is contradicting reality?
Oh, well.
Or is he not the only one who thinks this way? Or I'm not sure.
Here's a good rule of thumb. If you hear Bev try thinking, stating what I believe, it's pretty safe to assume the opposite is true. If that's your starting place, like, what are you doing here? You can't come in for a conversation and say what you mean. Then why make videos and talk shit about people if you can't take what they say back at you? You said your video rebuttals welcome. Well, here it is, Charles. Is everything I say going to be contradictory to whatever I do say whenever I'm talking about you? Or is that what it is? Is Flat Earth Math a contradiction? An entire, the persona Flat Earth Math is a contradiction. Everything he says is a contradiction. Everything he says that other people say about him must be a contradiction, because Flat Earth Math is a walking contradiction. And yet he goes to schools to pretend he's a teacher. Do you reckon he teaches contradictions to children at school?
In the sense of teaching them what a contradiction is and not to employ them within their thinking, or handing them contradictions in which he teaches them to believe to be true. I would hope it's the first one. Let's say I hope he don't like he's not handing contradictions out and telling people to believe them to be true in reality. I hope that's not the case, for the kids' sake.
Oh. I'm trying to post some things and Discord's gone down. There you go, that's better. Not what I was looking for now. We've had some bad weather this year as well so far. The kitchen's still not finished, so we can't really get out. It's mad. We haven't had any Fata Morgana chances or anything this year. Charles, everybody knows that Charles is getting content for his channel out of the chat. Maybe he might watch out if you're to speak up, right? You never know although most people in this room aren't. Oh, Rob Keene's in here, but we're not flat earthers. But be aware, flat Earth math thinks it's a duck or something about ducks, that he can just call anybody a flat earther. Whether, whether you are not a flat earther, whether you've got proofs it's not flat or whatever, it's one of his magical powers. Isn't that right, Charles?
Maybe he can tell us about his last video about reductio ad absurdum, because in video he didn't recognize this. I think, but now it's Friday. Maybe he did some homework and now he understands what reductio ad absurdum is.
I wouldn't be so sure, but you never know. You never know.
And I am referring, of course, to Sarugaki's second proof, which is reductio ad absurdum. And I am interested if flat Earth mass recognized today this kind of argumentation.
I mean, he was just in the chat doubling down on the idea that vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal, but horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Yes, this is the same as you would say that A is equal to B, but B is not equal to A. This is just idiocy. Sorry, flat Earth Charles, but this is just pure idiocy.
Paper, and Saragaki and Bev, can you guys hear me okay?
Well,
yes,
you're a little bit
quiet,
phone boothy.
Sorry, I'm on my laptop. Normally I'm on my Blue Yeti, but the key is that, if you wanted to say horizontal and vertical as abstract concepts, like on a graph paper, like an algebra teacher, what's a vertical line parallel to the y-axis? Then horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. You could do that all day. All verticals are parallel. All horizontals are parallel. You could do that all day. Okay?
Yes, we understand.
No, not practically.
What do you mean
not
practically?
Only on a sheet of graph paper in the abstract.
How is it different?
Well, it's different, Bev, in that in the real world, when someone says vertical, that's aligned with plumb. Right? Yeah. Vertical on a sheet of graph paper is abstract, but vertical in the real world is aligned with plumb. Okay? Yeah. So you can't just make pronouncements about vertical when vertical has a very specific,
it's a straight line, right?
Definition. Well, a plumb bob at rest is, the string is straight. Sure.
Okay. And perpendicular to that is horizontal.
Yeah, you can make a horizontal line perpendicular to the vertical.
Okay, so they are perpendicular then. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
So if you've started with plumb and then you've constructed a horizontal perpendicular to that, yes, those two are perpendicular. But the problem is, and I've said this many, many times, is that with Euclidean geometry, one of the genius ideas of Euclidean geometry is the diagrams are all infinitely scalable. And so you can't say something that is true at a small scale and then make the scale bigger and then now it's no longer true because we increased the scale. That doesn't make any sense.
Which one of the vertical or the horizontal, when you make them bigger, what makes it not perpendicular?
So it's the horizontal, extending the horizontal and then trying to add a second vertical, right? The first vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, guaranteed.
Okay, so they are perpendicular then.
Yes, but if you extend that horizontal, you cannot then construct a perpendicular to that and call it vertical in the real world. You can only do that on graph paper.
Okay. Is there another vertical that's perpendicular to the horizontal?
No, you have to start with vertical.
Why not?
That's
like
that's
a
my
vertical's
entire
a straight line and a horizontal's a straight line, and they're perpendicular to each other, like Beddy's perpendicular logic, right? It states that if vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, then all of the, like, if you have two horizontals that are perpendicular to a vertical, then you can say and be guarantee that those two horizontals will be parallel.
Guaranteed.
Okay.
Yes. But you can't do the same backwards.
What do you mean you can't do the same backwards? They're
Meaning you can't do two verticals and call them parallel, because in the real world,
why not?
Vertical is aligned with plumb. But you could do it on graph paper.
The perpendicular
right?
logic. Are you saying that if you do the perpendicular logic, then it won't work?
Well, what we're doing is we are conflating, and this is the equivocation fallacy, we're equating two different definitions of horizontal and vertical. There's the abstract definition.
Are these straight lines? Can we start off with, are they straight lines? Or, well,
yes.
Since horizontal, like in the dictionary, it says horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So I've been saying to you, what we can do from that is we can derive that the plane of the horizon is horizontal, but also that horizontal is a plane.
No, horizontal can also be a line. So that's why I said your second corollary was wrong.
Would be parallel to the plane anyway. So that would make it the plane would be parallel to the plane.
You can have a line parallel to a plane, and you can also have a plane parallel to a plane. So saying something is parallel to a plane doesn't make that thing a plane. Okay?
But you can do that.
But I'm just saying paper. What I'm saying is, if you said this shape, I'm not telling you what the shape is, but this shape is parallel to a plane, you can't then guarantee that shape is a plane. That shape could also be a line, right?
What shape is a line? Like, come on, Charles.
You need three straight lines to enclose the space.
So I know you guys love to play word games.
No, you've just said that shape can be a line. Yes. What shape is a line, please?
A line.
Line is
not a shape.
Look it up in Euclid. Okay,
it's not a shape.
Line
I'm not calling it a polygon. I'm not saying it encloses a space. I'm just trying
to. AKA figure. AKA planar figure. Yeah, you need three straight lines to enclose the space, Charles. You can't say a line is a shape.
So no one is talking about enclosing a space. I'm talking about a
shape.
Line.
Figure is something enclosing a space.
Yes.
So this is called word games, okay?
No, these are your word games.
You cannot have geometrical figure.
Just a few moments ago, we were talking about
Charles, this is your word games, Charles, that are not working. Go on, paper, please.
Charles, you said that this is a shape, and shape, it is enclosed space. And enclosed space in 2D is a line. So line encloses a geometrical figure. So you cannot equivocate line with shape, because line is part of this shape.
Extremity of
it. That might be one definition of shape. Okay.
Here we go.
But I'm talking about
shape.
Another definition of shape, which is more generic. Okay.
The one that just dropped out your booty.
If I say a shape, and I'm not talking about enclosing a space, and you say, well, a shape is defined as enclosing a space, that means you did not hear a word I just said. That's called equivocation.
Hold sophistry, Charles.
You are projecting.
Keep going, mate. Keep going. Doing well.
You're projecting your definition onto me, even though I explicitly said that's not my definition. I'm using a generic.
You don't half sound like Nathan Oakley. Do you?
I'm using a generic word.
Are you related?
Shape, and you guys can't handle that. You guys love to play word games.
You're the one changing the definitions of everything around, and then saying everybody else is playing word games when you're changing definitions.
Charles,
this gets away from the topic that we literally were just talking about, and now that conversation is completely derailed because you want to obsess over whether I use the word shape or not.
Sorry, Charles, you brought that, and I can prove to you that you cannot have shape without enclosing space, because if you have two lines perpendicular to each other, like corner of the square, but not enclosed fully. So you have only just two lines, two sides of the square.
An angle.
You have an angle, yes, and you can enclose the space by adding another two lines perpendicular, and then you would have shape of the square. But you can also connect ends of these lines by one line diagonal, and you will create shape of the triangle. So you cannot say that this line creates shape until you enclose the space fully. So before
so nobody actually wants
no
to
shape.
So nobody actually wants to try to pay attention or understand to the meaning behind my words. What if
you
I
are
said
changing
the word,
definitions, Charles, so we
what if I
are
said the
trying
word
to actually
form?
clarify the fact that you're changing definitions, and that nobody in the world wants to go along with your out of your butt definitions that you're making up right now to back your own ridiculous claims. We're going by the definitions within the foundations of mathematics. That's what we are doing, Charles. You're changing definitions.
So then you tell me, what is a line? What is a word where it is describing a group of things, and in that set of things is included lines and planes? Tell me what that word is, and I'll use it.
You're talking about a plane.
No, I'm talking about a collection.
All of the straight lines will lie within the plane.
Okay, so you know about Venn diagrams, right? You have a collection of items, and I just want to know, what word would you use for the collection of items that includes a line and includes a plane? Because I will be happy to use that word.
Are we talking about space?
Plane is in two directions. So we have length and breadth, and line has only length.
Just tell me the name of the collection, and I'll use that word.
In no way are we going to conflate lines with planes, Charles.
Never said that.
Well, that's
the collection.
Lines are lines, Charles, and planes are planes. Lines lie within planes, yes. Right? And planes are perpendicular to planes. You can have lines perpendicular to planes, and planes perpendicular to planes. You can have lines perpendicular to lines, right? But there's no use trying to amalgamate these things into one thing, because they're different.
So, if someone said, give me a word that includes cats and it includes dogs, that word might be pets. And if someone were to say pets, that is not to say that a cat is a dog. No one is saying a cat is a dog.
I think you're going over semantics. You want us to make a new word.
Oh, just one plain word game.
I used the word shape in the generic form. I was not talking about a two-dimensional shape that it was enclosing a space.
Well, like a circle or a triangle or a square
or a
like
line or a point.
No, a line is not a shape, Charles.
Well,
neither is a point.
The context of my use was in a very generic form.
Right, well, so be a little bit more specific, please. You're a geometry expert. Please be hyper specific, especially using mathematics.
How about I use the word? How about I use the word form? Right, form, and the word form can include geometric points. It can include lines.
A point is that which has no size, no magnitude.
That's my word. So now we're talking about there are forms that are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can have a line parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can have a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Can we now proceed?
You can have a line parallel to a line lying within the plane of the horizon.
No, Charles. Form, it is the same as shape.
Oh my
Because-
goodness.
So
No, you
yes.
can't change the definition. I defined the word.
No,
You cannot change the
no. Charles, sorry, Charles. Form is very well-known word. This is Latin word and means shape.
We're talking
That's
about
exactly
geometry, but
old
I get to
word.
define everything. Because I'm
really
flat
funny.
Earth mathematics, right? Flat Earth mathematics has to
so-
change definitions of things.
The first definition I see under Oxford is a visible shape or configuration of something. Notice it said shape or configuration. What's a configuration? It could be whatever you want it to be. Okay?
Yeah,
That's not using the word
sure.
form.
Yes, so
So,
that would be
anyway,
not geometrical
do you-
sense.
Do you
Not even
disagree?
close.
Paper, do you disagree that a line can be parallel to a plane?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's
And
what I'm
you-
saying.
Yes, and so we are going back
I'm saying.
to original topic. So I was just
Thank you.
going to say that you can, because this line is parallel to the plane of the horizon, you can rotate this line around your vertical,
Yes,
and then you will create a plane
that's
like a
correct.
circle, and
Yes.
this circle would be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And you can call that circle horizontal. Absolutely.
The line that you're talking about, Paper, every single step of the way would be parallel to
Yeah.
a separate line within the plane of the horizon.
Absolutely.
So we're in complete agreement.
That the plane
No,
of the
we are not.
horizon is
Which was
horizontal.
my original.
All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes.
Yes.
So you getting back to our original discussion, which is why I said you can't start with horizontal. Horizontal is a straight line or a
It's
flat
already
plane.
there, though, isn't
And-
it? Can't
and
we
if
say
you-
that the plane of the horizon is horizontal? It's already
Yes.
there, Charles.
Okay.
Why can't you
but now
start with that?
No.
If
No,
it's already
because-
there, why can you not start with it? Tell me that.
Because it depends on where you go. That horizontal plane, specifically if it's defined as parallel to the plane of the horizon, is where you are. Because you have your own personal horizon. It's your
It's a
visible
plane,
sight.
right?
Right, but it's defined horizontal from where you are. Okay? It is a plane.
The entire plane is defined as being horizontal, yes. That means
From where you
that
are.
the bit
It's not-
where
it's
you
not
are
horizontal.
not, it is also horizontal.
It is not horizontal from where you are not.
The plane
That's
is.
the problem.
Charles,
No, it's not. It's still a plane, but it's no longer horizontal from some other location.
but it's a horizontal
That's the
plane.
problem.
How can it not be horizontal?
Charles,
Well,
you're going
Again,
into
Contradictory, that,
contradiction.
doesn't it?
so it's only contradictory if you are thinking abstractly.
No, I'm
So
thinking.
you
No,
did
no.
I'm
say-
thinking, Charles.
you
I'm
did say
thinking you
practically.
just called it a horizontal plane, and then said it wasn't horizontal.
someplace else.
Yeah,
so
the same
question, Bob.
horizontal plane.
Are we talking practically or are we talking about abstractly?
We're
Wait,
talking
talking about
contradiction.
Talking about the horizontal plane that we've just
You didn't answer my
established,
question.
Charles.
Practically in the real world or abstractly? Like in
Yes, we
3D
can
Euclidean
establish.
space?
Yes,
The one that you
horizon
just
is
fucking established.
It's a simple question. Abstract or practical?
both.
Practical one. The
Both.
one that you practically just established.
So in practicality,
Yep.
then the plane is only horizontal from where you are.
So
If you travel
the plane,
69
Charles,
miles away,
just
travel
over there,
69
the
miles
plane
away.
over there, the horizontal
travel-
plane that isn't where I am, that horizontal plane, is it horizontal?
to somebody else. No, it's not. Okay? If you traveled 69 miles away and hung a plumb bob, that plumb bob would be 1 degree out of plumb from your horizontal plane.
What?
It's not going to
No,
be his
the
horizontal
plumb
plane.
bob would be plumb.
The plumb bob would be plumb, absolutely. But
And
it
the
would
horizontal
be 1
plane
degree.
would still be a horizontal plane.
It would be 1 degree away from perpendicular to that plane.
The horizontal plane
Okay?
wouldn't
69
stop
miles away.
being a horizontal plane, Charles.
This is what makes you a flat earther, Bev.
Right?
Right?
Dude,
No,
I'm not a
lying.
flat
Flat earther.
earther. Charles,
It's just a
you're
word.
called Flat Earth Math.
Yes.
And we're
after my
talking
channel.
about a horizontal plane, and you're saying that the horizontal plane we've just established isn't horizontal.
Someplace else. That's you got.
Let's
You got to
bring
be
up
more
the law of
specific.
non-contradiction.
That's contradicting yourself, Charles.
No.
Absolutely,
No.
yes. Charles,
if you don't
Charles, thank you. Yeah, so we're talking about contradictions tonight, and I think this is the perfect point to bring up the law of non-contradiction, what it actually states, and see if we can plot into it a plane which is both horizontal and not horizontal at the same time. Let's see if we can do that.
And by the way,
So if you were talking about in the abstract, the horizontal plane will be horizontal as far as you want to go. Okay. Extend the graph paper, to infinity and beyond.
Graph
that
paper?
horizontal plane. Yes, graph paper. Or 3D.
Are you
3D
relating
Cartesian,
a horizontal plane to graph paper?
X, Y, and Z coordinates, Cartesian coordinates. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about the abstract,
most of us have a basic
the horizontal
understanding
plane,
of geometry here, and we do understand what a plane is.
yes, and you
Right.
could extend it infinitely in the abstract, and will always be horizontal.
That's what a plane is
Okay?
in mathematics, right? That's how it's defined.
In mathematics.
Yeah.
In mathematics, absolutely.
But in
Okay?
Euclid,
But
it's got lines.
you can draw lines.
Yeah,
in a
boundaries
plane, absolutely.
of superficies in Euclid has lines. Right?
Yeah, but a plane, Euclid does not say a plane has to be bounded. A plane can go on as far as you like.
Well, it just
Yes,
says a
but he
plane
sa-
is length and breadth.
yes, but he said that points are extremities of a line. In the same way, lines are extremities of the surface.
So
the plane.
I think we're in complete agreement.
Points
that
are the extremities of a line, and lines are the extremities of a plane.
But
Yeah.
you can go on forever. Okay, you go on forever.
doesn't
If you want to
matter.
call it a horizontal plane, you can have that a horizontal plane go on forever. Okay, in the abstract. Okay, the problem is when you go into the real world, where the word horizontal is now bounded by the direction of gravity. Okay, so you have a plumb bob, perpendicular. Plumb bob is horizontal. You go 69 miles away, hang another plumb bob. Perpendicular to that plumb bob will be a new horizontal. Those two horizontals are not parallel to each other. They're going to be 1 degree off.
Would be, but it isn't. In fact,
No, they're measurably not. Okay, and countless times we've brought to you measurements, and you dismiss all the measurements.
You said that this is
Dismiss all the practical expertise that
but
people have done in the
practical,
field.
but you said many times that this is practically impossible.
No, I said
these
what
are
I
your-
said was
your words.
practically impossible. Paper.
Many
Can I
times
clarify?
here. Here,
Paper. Can I clarify exactly what I said was practically impossible?
to measure divergent
Measuring-
verticals. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. You
Oh my
you
goodness.
did. Yes.
Paper. It's all on tape. So everything,
It
every time
is,
you stream
yes.
to YouTube, it's
That's
all on
why
tape.
he's saying it, because we
So-
heard you say it over on Blue's
Okay.
channel. Yes, that's why he's
No.
referring to right now. Yes.
No, what I said was practically impossible was measuring the angles of pieces of string, specifically the string of a plumb bob and the string of another plumb bob, trying to measure the angles between those two strings of 69 miles apart. I said that
Yeah.
was practically impossible.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
did
what
not
paper
say-
just relayed back to you.
No,
And-
he just
and-
said horizontal vertical. Okay? So I want to
No,
be very specific. You
No, I
can
said
measure-
about diverging. Sorry, Charles, you are misrepresenting what I said.
Okay.
You are talking about plums, that this is impossible to measure, but even on the screen we have here that plum is vertical. So when
Right,
I was
that's-
talking about diverging verticals, I was talking about diverging plums. Everything
But
is okay.
as long as you are very clear with what I said was practically impossible. What I said was practically impossible was actually measuring angles of string, cotton, twine, string. Okay. Now it is very possible to
The
measure
plums, the vertical.
diverging zeniths, right? Reciprocal zenith angles is a great way of measuring diverging zeniths.
That's just two angles, though, isn't it?
Of course, it's two angles,
An
which are
angle
supposed to
at
add up
A,
to 180.
an angle at A, and an angle at B.
And they're supposed to add up to 180. Okay.
What do you mean? No. You can have angles adding up to anything. There's just two angles.
If the two zeniths are parallel, the two angles have to add up to 180.
I don't think so. I don't think that's the way it works. Is it?
Yes, it is the way it works. If the two zeniths are parallel,
if the two perpendiculars are perpendicular, then
no, I did not say anything about perpendicular. I said two zeniths.
Okay, so what is a zenith perpendicular?
No.
Okay, zeniths aren't perpendicular then. Okay.
So
they're not meant to be perpendicular.
Oh my goodness. We're not talking about perpendicular when we talk about reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay. So there's no relation to perpendicular within a zenith then. Fair enough.
Well, you can make one, but it's not needed for the procedure. The nice thing about the procedure is that all you need is two lines. The definition from Euclid, I forget which number it is. If you have two parallel lines and they both intersect the same line, we call that a transversal.
Like Betty's perpendicular angles, logic.
Same side interior are going to add up to exactly 180. Right?
Yeah, if two lines are perpendicular to another line, then they will be parallel to each other.
Only if they're coplanar. That's also from Euclid. Sure. I was not talking about that.
Okay.
I was talking about reciprocal zenith angles, which does not need perpendicular lines whatsoever.
Okay. Are those zenith angles within a vertical plane?
Yes.
Okay, so they are plane rectilinear angles.
Yes.
So they apply to Euclid then.
Absolutely. Okay. And that's a practical way of determining if my zenith and your zenith 10 miles away are parallel to each other.
What is a practical way? What do you want to explain that? It's a practical way
to measure the two reciprocal zenith angles and see if they add up to exactly 180. If they don't add up to 180, yes, you need equipment, you need a theodolite, you need two theodolites, right? But you can measure it out in the field. Okay.
Yeah.
What's not practical is measuring angles of cotton twine string. It's
not. Right? I know what's not practical is measuring vertical angles over 10 miles. That's not practical.
So when you say a vertical angle, do you mean in the surveying sense?
I mean like you know what vertical is, yeah?
I know what vertical angles are. And Euclid has a definition.
That's what I'm talking about.
And surveyors have a different
Isn't that what you were
definition.
talking about?
No, I was talking about the surveying definition of vertical angles.
And surveying is practical.
The difference?
Well,
what's the difference
Euclid's
in
definition,
a vertical angle?
Okay. Euclid's definition of vertical angles is you cross two lines and it forms four angles. The two opposite angles are called vertical angles.
Yeah.
In surveying, you could, once you mount your theodolite and have it, calibrated, then you can measure angles either from the horizontal or from the vertical, and those would be vertical angles.
Okay, and then if you could do the opposite, do the other angle on the other side, it would still be within the same vertical plane.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. If you have
if you're talking about reciprocal, you're doing the one in front and the one behind, right? And then you could also do another one, and they can do the one in front and the one behind as well, can't
you'd need a third observer, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point that I'm trying to make, getting back to whether or not this
somebody in the middle, right? You're all measuring vertical angles, and there's three of you, A, B,
you could do reciprocal
and C.
zenith angles with three people. Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant.
So the point that I was trying to make.
Have you ever mapped that out, Charles?
The point that I was trying to make.
Have you ever mapped that out, Charles, geometrically? I know you're a genius and all of that. Can you let the people know whether you've actually mapped that out? A 3-man reciprocal zenith angle.
I've drawn it on a piece of paper. Okay?
Simple yes or no would suffice.
So, It depends on what he means by map it out. I've drawn it on a piece of paper. Okay. So can I get back to what I was trying to say? His paper was saying that, he thought I said it was impractical. It was practically impossible. And what I said it was impossible was measuring pieces of string. What is not impossible is measuring reciprocal zenith angles. And here's the thing. If the reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180, the two
What
people's
distance did you hear
zeniths...
paper ask you a question?
At which distance?
10 miles.
At
Right?
which
10
distance?
miles.
Because 10 miles. You say that this is practically possible and it would
Has
be
been
accurate.
done repeatedly.
It's
10 miles.
repeatedly.
Yes, by many people have done it, not necessarily at 10 miles.
Not just Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott and
That's
the
correct.
guy that may or may not live in Maine, right? There's more
They were not
people,
the originators. They were not the originators of this technique.
Yeah, but you're stating it as though many people have done it. Have you got how many other people have you can you list on that list of people that you imagine that have done this thing?
Every couple of days or weeks, maybe it's every couple of weeks, I see people posting values that are from a surveying, like a topographical study. And so the values are written in that book, which was done by surveyors maybe 100 years ago. Okay. So I threw out.
So
I don't have a catalog.
nobody more recent, because you've got these guys that have claimed to have done it, but they seem to have disappeared right now, so they can't verify it. Is there anybody else more recent than that has done this? Do you imagine this is some sort of a standard surveying practice thing?
No, absolutely
not standard.
You know why?
Shouldn't you know about this?
Because people know the shape of the Earth. And so really the only function behind doing a reciprocal zenith angle that I can tell is to be measuring Earth curvature.
So are these the two people that were they said that they couldn't really even see each other because it was too foggy outside?
I never heard that.
No, I'm asking in general. Are those the ones we're talking about? This Larry and Jesse person that couldn't see each other properly because it was too foggy outside?
I've never heard anything about fog except from you.
Well, forget me if I'm wrong here, Charles, but you say it doesn't sound important, but to me, it sounds like you think that surveyors can falsify the perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical. I mean, that sounds like a pretty big thing, if you ask me.
I never said any such thing. You just made that up.
No, that's what your implications are.
No, I didn't imply any such thing.
Yes, you did.
I did not imply that surveyors are falsifying anything.
You said that they... No, and I'm not saying surveyors are. I'm saying that you imagine that Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott and this guy that probably doesn't live in Maine have falsified vertical and horizontal being perpendicular.
Never said that.
No, you've implied that.
I have never implied that. The nice thing is this is getting recorded on YouTube.
Yes, Charles.
It's about 1 hour in.
Charles.
And I guarantee that if you go back and listen to every word I said, I've never even implied that surveyors are falsifying anything.
Well,
never said it.
You did say that the zeniths, right? You get more than 180 degrees.
Yes, the zeniths are diverging.
Right. And those zeniths are verticals.
Very slightly. Local.
They are vertical, though, right? Are they vertical?
Each person's zenith is that person's vertical.
Okay, so is zenith vertical?
Well, your zenith is vertical to you. My zenith is vertical to me.
No. If you
I'm
have...
I'm not going to make a generic statement. I'm going to make a specific statement. I know you hate specific statements, Bev.
I'm just asking you, are zeniths vertical?
Where your instrument is, yes.
That's a yes then, is it? Yes, zeniths are vertical.
That's a tell. It's a tell, Bev.
What's a tell?
If you have
specificity.
Charles, if you have this zenith, and I would point it out with my finger, is that vertical? You would
Yes.
agree or not?
Yes, from yes,
And
it's aligned with
on
plumb where
every
you are.
single one I would point out on Earth, you would agree. Yes.
Yes, where you are.
So
You could hang a plumb bob. Zenith
okay.
is
Okay, so
aligned with your vertical.
they
So
are
every
vertical.
every
Brilliant.
zenith is vertical. Okay.
Now
So
let's take a point
local,
of an
but you
equal
gotta be
Charles.
really,
Let's
really
take a
careful
point
here.
of
It's
an
local
equal
vertical.
altitude, right, on those verticals, and make a straight line between the two. Equal altitude.
All right, I'm sorry. I was distracted by Charlie Brown. Say that from the top, please.
You've got a point at an equal altitude on each of these verticals. Point A.
Okay.
And
right.
point B.
Okay. So you're going to make a level surface between them.
Yes.
Yes, level. Because
Equal-
level is perpendicular to vertical.
Equal altitude.
Yes,
right?
level. Yes.
Okay. With no slope.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So well, no. Yeah. Level does not have a slope. It's
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Level is perpendicular to plumb, vertical.
Yes.
Zenith.
Yes. Where you are.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, that angle, when you add those up at each end of that straight line,
It's not a straight line. It's a
What's
curve.
not
line.
a straight
It's
line?
a level line.
no, it
Level
is
line.
the line of an equal altitude, the shortest one between A and B. That's
You
a
just
straight line.
contradicted yourself.
Pardon?
You just contradicted yourself. You
Sorry,
said a
I
straight
said-
line of equal. You said a straight line of equal altitude. That's a contradiction.
No, this is just
What?
statement. This
Are
is
you
not
sure?
contradiction. This is
Yes.
statement.
You cannot
is
have a straight line of equal
Statement of fact, Charles.
No.
This is statement of
No,
fact.
we've been through this 100 times.
Wow.
LIGO. LIGO is a straight line. LIGO does not have equal altitude. Okay.
Charles,
So
I,
you can have
I
a
am
level
referring. I am referring that you said contradiction. You seemingly you don't know what this word means, because if you disagree that level is straight, this is
No,
not
level is not
contradiction. Sorry,
Level's
give me
not
chance.
straight.
Give me chance to finish. That would be false statement. False statement is not contradiction. So if you disagree that level is straight because you say that it is not, that would be you should say that this is false statement, but not
Well-
contradiction. Contradiction
So,
is
but-
when you have two opposite things being together, like thing being white and black at the same time. That
well,
would be
that's what he-
contradiction.
He was asking for a straight line of equal altitude, and
Yeah.
literally straight line and equal altitude are contradictory concepts on Earth.
No, that would be so. When he said that straight line is equal elevation, for you it is just false statement, not contradiction.
Well,
Contradiction to what?
of the two halves of the proposition, not proposition, the two halves of the description contradicted each other. You know, I want you to I don't know.
Said an equal
I
altitude.
can't think of a contradiction of
equal
something
altitude
something
at
gets
A and
black,
B,
which
and the
is also white.
shortest distance between them, with no
So-
slope. Can you not remember?
Okay. Right, but that's a contradictory statement because equal altitude is a curved line. A level line
Did
is
you
a curved
literally
No,
not
no.
listen to paper? He literally explained this to you, and now you're saying it
Yes.
again, Charles. Try and pay attention when you are being told things. You are not the authority.
Well, but these are contradictory ideas. Okay,
You have
it's not just-
contradictory ideas.
it's not just false.
Yes,
So,
yes,
we-
I
we get
agree,
back to,
Charles. Yeah,
yes.
I agree. Give me a chance to explain, because this is very simple. You say that level is curved. We say that level is straight. And putting this
Nobody
two-
actually said that, though.
Okay, but for as an example.
I just had a
So-
straight line between A and B. That's
Yes.
all I was talking about. The geometry of it. He's meant to be a geometric wizard. Don't go confusing him with level. That's a real thing. He has a problem relating geometry to reality. I don't know why, because geometry is literally earth measure, but he gets all weird about it.
Because of the practicality of it.
Okay, so
Okay, the
flat Earth Matt,
practicality of it
your
is-
definition is contradicting what we say about level. But it means that one of them is false, yours or ours.
Yes. And who's got data to back it up? That's the whole point. If I was wrong,
Flat Earth
level-
data is not going to back you up on this, I don't think.
If-
I mean,
if-
like,
if
you
I
and the
was
Flat
wrong-
Earth boys.
Paper.
What about Flat Earth Dogma? He might be able to come and help you out.
if I was wrong, paper, that that level is a curved surface, it turns out level is actually a horizontal surface, then the two reciprocal zenith angles should add up to 180. All right? I would take the L on that, okay? That would be my loss, your gain. Reciprocal zenith angles add up to 180, just as Euclid predicted for two parallel lines.
No, that
But in
would
the
be-
real world, reciprocal zenith
Charles,
angles add
here's
up
your
to more than
problem,
180.
right? You're imagining that reciprocal zenith angles are a thing that surveyors do.
I just, oh my goodness.
Isn't that weird? How many people have imagined that a not surveying practice gives you some sort of weird results? Isn't that weird?
So, I mean, it's kind of like asking how many people build Cavendish apparatus. It's like, no, we know gravity. We know exactly what causes, not exactly, but we know exactly how to measure it. It's proportional to mass. It's proportional to distance. So people don't go around building
Hey,
Cavendish
Charles, Charles,
apparatus.
hang on a second, Charles. What's mass?
Oh, don't.
I'm not gonna go
Well,
there.
see, I wasn't trying to derail it. I'm just trying to give you a simple fact. You're just making a bunch of assumptions. That's all you're
So-
doing.
Well,
Yes.
my point is that the Cavendish apparatus was extremely important 300 years ago, and it is extremely difficult to build. Blue marble science took a great deal of time. I think it might have been several months of his life that he spent building a Cavendish apparatus. It works. You can measure things with it, but people don't. You can't just walk down. You can't-
Seismodish.
The
Yes,
size
I
of
know.
my dish.
I know you like to make fun of other people's craftsmanship.
No,
It
no,
isn't
I'm not
accurate.
making fun.
It's
I'm
accurate.
saying it was a brilliant upgrade. Like, to get to measure earthquakes as well.
So
That's genius.
it is not a valid criticism to say, well, how come everybody doesn't have a Cavendish apparatus in their basement? That literally
everybody
is a
should.
non-starter. That is a red.
Everybody
that is a red
should.
herring.
What you should do is
Principality.
you should do a kit.
Okay?
I think everybody should go and watch Blue Marble Science's YouTube channel. Like, there's so much science involved in that.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are correct. So when you are asking if surveyors routinely measure reciprocal zenith angles, that is a red herring fallacy.
No,
Right?
no.
We
What
know
I'm
what the
saying,
shape
no,
of the
no,
Earth
Charles,
is,
you
and we
know
know the size of the
what
Earth.
you're doing is you're getting that wrong again. What I'm saying
Nope.
is surveyors don't do reciprocal zenith angles for any reason at all.
But so why have they done them? Did you see the link I
Why,
posted in
why's
chat?
who done them?
Surveyors.
Jesse and Larry
No, you didn't
and
see the
that
link
guy
I
that
posted.
may or may not be in Maine.
You want me to go post the link again? I'll post it again.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, post it again. Let me have a look.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. The determination of terrestrial refraction. Oh, maybe they were doing a refraction study, because one of the things that can be absolutely guaranteed is this mathematical perpendicular relationship. So you might be able to tell something about optics and refraction from this, but it's not a surveying method. Nobody ever has ever decided that they want to tilt verticals and disprove the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal.
That's red herring.
It's not a red herring. It's like what you've exposed here is this sort of complete. I'd call it like let's say a misrepresentation of an entire surveying
So
profession.
what you're suggesting, Bev, is that a precision calibrated instrument capable of measuring
No.
very
What I'm
precise angles
suggesting is that
does
Jesse
not be
Kozlowski has led you to believe that measuring angles, vertical angles over large distances, is a surveying procedure.
He never said any such thing. Okay, so you just lied. Okay.
What? Oh no,
So-
well, it's perhaps then it's Blue Marble's representation of the reciprocal zenith angles.
He never said any such thing either. So please stop lying.
He never said any such what, that they're not
That
perpendicular.
surveyors, no, he never said that surveyors routinely go out and do this thing and that it is a normal part of surveying practice.
Yeah, it's not.
It is, however,
nobody
something
does
you
it.
can do.
There's no surveyors
is
that
something.
actually do this, is there?
That's because surveyors know that the Earth is a globe and they know the radius of
Do
the
you
Earth.
not
so
think
there's
it
no
would
need
be
to-
good for them to
determine
know
shape.
that vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular?
No, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Okay.
Since we have
So they
brought
are
this up,
perpendicular.
or
Jolly good.
So
yes, of course
but
they
the-
are.
but your-
So
but your
Charles, thank you.
Yeah, you just
Okay,
interrupted
so
me. but that's
yeah,
okay.
no, you just never stop talking. Okay, so since surveying has been brought up, can we ask the question at this point? What is the actual purpose of surveying? What is the job that they are supposed to be doing? It's measuring the land, yeah?
That's
Elevation,
a primary
for
purpose
example.
of it, but surveyors can also measure
That
buildings.
is,
Right? If there's a
yeah,
building
well,
that's in danger of collapse, they'll use surveying instruments to keep an eye on the orientation of the building. Right? Firefighters use surveying instruments routinely because they want to see if a building is in danger of collapse.
Yes,
So
and-
they will not just measure the Earth; they
Yeah,
can measure
they
lots of
use
things precisely.
perpendicular. Yeah, they use horizontal, level, and vertical plumb. Yeah, they use those. Well done.
mhm.
What's fascinating for me
If the
is to hear
building
you
is not
say-
oriented vertically,
Please
it
stop
would
interrupting,
deviate.
Aragaki. What's fascinating to me is to hear that
Are you getting
theodolite
mad?
could not be
You think,
used
Charles,
to
you calm
precisely
down,
measure
please.
angles.
Charles, like,
Sure.
nobody is going against the globe. Everybody here knows 'tis globe.
His globe.
Right? We're talking
His
about
globe.
things that happen in reality. And this is just a profession. It's people that do this sort of stuff. Now, you
Yes.
claim to be an expert geometer.
I am an expert at geometry. I
Okay,
am not a
now,
geometer.
surveying is practical geometry.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have, as Betty's brought up just in the very recent past, a perpendicular argument that comes from Euclid, geometry, from the foundations, right?
It was more of a challenge to you because they were talking about latitude and longitude. So
But we're talking about vertical and horizontal that are perpendicular
Okay.
in this particular instance. Now, that perpendicular argument stands as an argument, right?
well, I keep telling you, I say it was a challenge. Perpendicular is a definition. Two things that are at 90 degrees to each other.
Uh-huh.
But his
Two
thing,
things.
the sequence of statements
Both
that he
of
gave
them,
you,
Andrew.
Yeah.
They're
the
both.
sequence of
straight
Both
statements
of
that
them.
he
Yeah,
gave
both
you.
of the straight lines.
Again,
Yeah, both.
again, Saragaki, you're interrupting.
Yeah, well, you did
Just
say
clarifying.
things. We're just clarifying your things into the straight lines that they actually are.
AKA both
You can-
of them. Two,
you
right?
can-
Both
you can have-
straight lines. They are perpendicular to each other, meaning it's not a
Can't
one-way
stop interrupting.
relationship. No, you're trying to
stop
interject.
interrupting.
We're just clarifying, Charles. Hold on. Chill. Two
Can't stop
straight
interrupting.
lines that are perpendicular to each other. So the perpendicular relationship flows both ways. It's not a one-way relationship. It's a two-way relationship because it's two straight lines. I'm just clarifying. Thank you. Continue.
So, Saragaki, I'd asked you before if you felt that perpendicular was restricted to two straight lines only. And you refused to answer. Will you answer now? Yes or no?
Perpendiculars are between two straight lines. Yes.
So it is restricted to two straight lines. So what
Okay,
about
I'll
when
get my Euclid book, Charles.
defines-
Hold on. Let me read you all the definitions pertaining to perpendicular since you're
Yes.
such a dick about this. Hold on.
Well, because you don't seem to acknowledge that he then goes on to extend the definition to planes.
No,
Who?
Charles. I think
Who-
you've missed out. You've not You've not quite understood. Wait until Saragaki comes back. He'll let you know. Yeah.
Right. But if I heard him correctly, I said, does Euclid restrict the definition of perpendicular to two straight lines? And I thought I heard Saragaki say yes.
Two straight lines. Yes, straight lines.
But
yeah.
But it's not restricted to two straight lines. As he will
sure?
show.
In Euclid it is.
Are you sure, Charles?
Because, yes,
Okay,
I'm sure.
Charles, are you ready to be quiet while we go through definitions?
Sure.
Okay, good stuff. So in book 1, so plane geometry, Charles, meaning all of what we're going on right now in this definition is happening within one and the same plane for everybody listening. And we're going over definition 10 within book 1, which says when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle. And the straight line, one straight line, which stands on the other straight line, is called a perpendicular to it. So yeah, two straight lines. Do you agree so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are jumping all the way to book 11, solid geometry, 3D. Okay, you with me? A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. So again, perpendicular between straight lines. And then we get the next one. A plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section of the two planes are perpendicular to the other plane. So straight lines the entire way. And just to help you along, if you're struggling with the idea of the common section of two planes, we'll do proposition 4, just to underscore the point that if a straight line stand at right angles to each of two straight lines at the point of their intersection, it shall also be at right angles to the plane which passes through them, that is, to the plane in which they are. If you need more, we can go to proposition 3. If two planes cut one another, their common section is a straight line. This is all about straight lines, Charles. Perpendicular is wholly and completely about straight lines. Yes is my answer. Unequivocally yes. Perpendicular is the relationship of straight lines to one another. Yes.
Okay, Saragaki, book 11, definition 4. First 6 words. A plane.
Whole definition. Whole definition.
Right.
You don't chop and cut up definitions. You have to take them whole for what they are. Yes.
I'm just saying that he is now defining a plane.
Definition 4, you say?
Definition 4, book 11, is defining a plane perpendicular to a plane. And then he goes on to describe about straight lines in those planes.
So let's read it again. Let's read it again without your paraphrasing, okay? A plane is perpendicular to a plane when the straight lines drawn in one of the planes perpendicular to the common section, which is a straight line of the two planes, are perpendicular to the other plane, which then follows on, of course, from the previous definition, which is about defining a straight line perpendicular to a plane, which is when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it within that plane. We are purely and only talking about straight lines, Charles. You're not getting any way out of this.
No.
Yes, Charles.
Sorry. Definition 4 is about perpendicular planes.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah, when the straight lines are perpendicular, yes.
Sure,
Charles,
that's the definition.
Charles, definition 4 is saying the condition. A plane is perpendicular to a plane when the condition is fulfilled.
Right, absolutely. Agreed.
Then and only then.
And that condition involves straight lines. I get that.
Yes.
No,
But
when straight
6 words in
line...
the definition are not defining perpendicular lines. They're defining perpendicular planes.
Yes, and they are defined. You can say that plane is perpendicular to a plane only when you have straight lines on that planes perpendicular to each other.
So here's a question for
This
both of you.
this is what this definition says.
If you were to walk
Absolutely,
up to
paper,
somebody
yes.
and say, book 11 definition 4, is that any different from book 1 definition 10? And the person would say yes. Book
Of
1
course, they're
definition
two very
10,
different definitions.
Charles, so
One
you
defines
so completely
perpendicular
ignored
lines.
my argument.
Of course he does.
He
I
does
get
that. He
your
does that. He
argument,
can't actually
Paper.
understand
Notice,
because his entire
Saragaki,
life
you are
depends on the
interrupting me
opposite.
when I'm responding to Paper. That's very
You
rude.
never stop talking, Charles. You never let anybody else speak. It's really annoying.
Paper was speaking to me, and I was responding, and you were talking over top of me.
No, you
Okay?
you ignored
Paper,
you ignored my point.
I did
You are
not
not
ignore your point.
responding, Charles.
Did
You
not
are
ignore
not
your point.
responding.
All right, so Paper. My understanding of your point is that the condition contained in Book 11, definition 4, talks about straight lines and perpendicular straight lines. Am I misreading you?
Yeah, I said that in order to check if planes are perpendicular to each other, you need to draw a straight line on each of the planes, and then you can say, oh, I can see that I can draw two straight lines perpendicular to each other on two different planes, and then I can say that these planes are perpendicular.
Yes, I am agreeing with you. So I think you were talking past each other. I'm agreeing with you. However, the definition 4, Book 11, is not defining perpendicular lines. That was done back in Book 1.
Yes.
Definition 4 is defining perpendicular planes.
Yes.
Yes.
That's my entire point.
Yes.
I don't know what your
it is,
point is.
but
Like, that's exactly what we've been saying all along, Charles. Perpendicular requires straight lines. Now,
yes,
the fact that all of the straight lines lie within planes means that we can use the relationship of the straight line lying within the plane to form the perpendicular relationship across the entire plane from one perpendicular.
So would you say that it's possible, a tangent to a curve is also a straight line?
A tangent's a straight line or a plane.
Okay. What if we measured an angle to that tangent? Is that allowed?
That's an angle in the plane.
Okay. So if you were to measure an angle from a tangent and somebody were to say the angle to the curve is defined as
Obviously, what
measuring
you're
the
talking
angle
about
to the
the
tangent.
curve. You just said it's to a tangent.
Okay. You're not listening. If I were to say that the definition of an angle to a curve is defined as measuring the angle to the tangent.
You're not allowed to use it because it's not in Euclid.
Well, no, you can't say say the angle to the curve is an angle to a straight line, because that's that's contradictory, dude.
Yep.
It's
very flat Earth math like though. I mean, we'll give you that.
And has nothing to do with definition 4.
Okay.
By the way.
So, like,
he just has to bring an angle in. It's hard work when you get to these perpendiculars.
Saragaki just said it's not in Euclid. Hey, Saragaki, do you believe that the study of math stopped 2,500 years ago?
No, you put those rules down, Charles, in a
No,
ridiculous
I asked
video that you made where you said Saragaki was a flat earther. Charles.
Of course, he is a flat earther.
He's not.
I am not. And you're a lying shit if you say that, because I am definitely not. Slandering ass. But anyway, obviously mathematics didn't hold on. Obviously, mathematics didn't stop however long ago that you want to put on it. But you are the one who told me that because I used things that were not in Euclid, it invalidated an actual mathematical geometric proof. And now you are bringing in things that are not in Euclid to back your geometry, you contradictory dumbass.
So to clarify, you're not. It's not that you're not allowed to bring stuff in that's non-Euclidean. It's that you can't conflate real-world definitions and theoretical.
Plane is in Euclid. Parallel is in Euclid. Charles.
Horizontal is not. Vertical is not.
It's
no, but they're
parallel
just
to the plane of the horizon, or actual orientations in reality. Charles.
for
Planes
the plane
parallel.
that is in geometry, right? You understand the geometric terms of planes, obviously. You claim to be an expert at it. Now, when you apply those straight lines, i.e. vertical, you fix the horizontal, the geometric plane that is perpendicular to vertical is fixed, isn't it? Within your geometric understanding of your expertise within geometry.
Yeah, I'm not. Was there a question in there? I mean, not quite sure.
No, I'm just trying to get a clarifier. We need to find common ground. And since you claim to be a geometric expert, then obviously the basics, the foundations of this very geometry that you're most expert at should be the common ground where we can meet.
Yes, absolutely.
So we all understand what a plane is and what a perpendicular is within geometry and how that relates to planes in the lines within the planes. Right?
Yes. Oh, here's I just posted a link in chat.
Now, vertical is a straight line. So can we affix one of the straight lines that's perpendicular to a plane within a vertical plane?
Yes, I think I'm understanding. Are we go back to reciprocal zenith angles?
Are you gonna you want to have a go at? Have you not got paint or anything like that yet, Charles? Some sort of pad or whatever. Do you not even try scribbling it with a piece of paper? Or like you could get a Dell whiteboard little thing like that. Or Rue Hip had one. He had a chair. You could have a chair next to your book collection.
Problem, Bev, and I think we did this about a month ago, is you said, if you start with a vertical plane and you construct a plane perpendicular to that, well, that plane, that second plane, is not guaranteed to be horizontal.
Perpendicular to vertical is horizontal, Charles.
No,
you can't construct a plane not perpecular to vertical and call it horizontal.
He thinks Jesse Kozlowski's invalidated that perpendicularity. He told
that's ridiculous.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
So a plane cannot be both horizontal and not horizontal at the same time. That's like the most textbook contradiction you could ever come up with.
Oh my goodness, you guys are on a roll. Okay, are you guys done? Because clearly
you
neither
are
of you understood. Notice you just interrupted me. Neither of you understood what I just said.
Yes, I did.
Would you like me to say it again?
We understand what you say. You're just saying nonsense, bullshit, self-contradictory shit all night, Charles.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, it is hilarious on one account, but the fact that you are taking over the entire show with this nonsense is not very funny for the people trying to have conversations about reality. Your nonsense, flat earth math, is not reality. It's contradictory.
Not understanding something.
Charles, have you not noticed any of the, I think I've counted 3, maybe 4 blatant contradictions? You haven't noticed any of them, have you?
No.
No,
they're only contradictions if you have model affliction. But if you don't have model affliction, there's no contradiction.
Okay. And is it a model affliction to understand what a contradictory position is? Do you believe the model affliction is the understanding of contradictions within logic?
They're not related to each other. Hopefully everybody can understand what a contradiction is.
Like
but I've stated nothing in this entire conversation that is contradictory. Right? And if you feel I have,
are vertical and horizontal perpendicular?
Start with vertical. You can construct a perpendicular horizontal.
And we'll start with the horizontal.
Nope. You start with horizontal.
You can't have a perpendicular to a horizontal, but you can have a.
Never said that.
You can have a horizontal that is perpendicular to a vertical.
Never said you can't make a perpendicular to a horizontal.
Okay.
I just said if you construct the horizontal first, and then you construct perpendiculars to it, you cannot guarantee those perpendiculars are vertical.
Yeah, but horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. then
Yes.
if you construct a perpendicular to a horizontal, that would be vertical, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
They
What
are
do you mean, not
perpendicular.
necessarily? They're
Full
perpendicular.
stop. No exceptions.
Yes, that's the full stop, no exceptions is starting with vertical, right? That's the whole
It's
sequence.
a
Start with plumb.
two-way relationship. We just went over the definitions, Charles.
It's a
Perpendicular
two-way.
goes both ways.
It's a
The one
two-way
straight line
relationship.
is perpendicular to the other, and then the other straight line is perpendicular to the first. You can't just have it one way, Charles. That's contradictory and ridiculous flat earth nonsense. That why are you even talking about it? You should realize this. You're an expert at this subject, you say. Or are you just talking out your behind like it sounds like, which is what I'm going to go with, because obviously we just went over this and obviously you didn't realize what was going on.
So if you don't understand what I'm saying, I really
I
can't
literally
help
just relayed it back to you, Charles.
Right, and you clearly don't understand what I'm saying. There's Buster's song.
Charles,
So
Yeah, isn't it funny that
start-
Buster has sung about the ridiculous of people like you, Charles? Flat Earth mathematics.
and there is, we can go back for a bit to one more nonsense that you said about horizontal plane, because horizontal plane is of the horizon. So it means, and horizon is not where you are. It's like a few miles away from you.
it's defined from the observer point of view.
Yes, 3 miles or 5 miles or whatever, few miles away. So this horizontal plane is established by means of the line of the horizon, not at your location at all.
Well,
so you are establishing a horizontal plane not in your location. And you are using the line which lies, is physically far away from you, and you are comparing this far horizontal line to your local vertical.
Well, I never called it a horizontal line, a far horizontal line. The horizon is not, horizon is a curve, it's an arc. It's not a straight line. A horizon is not a straight line. It's an arc.
Anyway, you can create from that a plane. And this plane is established by that far line, whatever it is.
Right, whatever form it is.
But it is horizontal plane. Do you agree?
Right, the horizon can define a plane.
Yeah.
Now, would you agree, Paper, that if you were, say, at the Sheraton on the banks of the Lake Pontchartrain, they have a glass elevator, if I'm not mistaken, and you can ride up the elevator and you can video the lake. And is it fair to say that your horizon will change from the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel versus the bottom floor of the hotel?
What do you mean change?
The plane is still horizontal.
I'm
The
sorry,
horizontal plane is always horizontal.
That's not what I asked. I asked about the horizon. I was asking
Yeah,
Paper
I'm just,
if you felt that.
yes,
I wasn't talking to you, Saragak. He was talking
plane
to
of the
Paper.
horizon is a
Not the plane of
horizontal
the horizon.
plane. Yes, we know that.
Not. I didn't
And
ask
even
about
if
the plane
you
of the
jump
horizon.
rope or stand upside down or you swing from a tree or you climb up to the top of a building, that plane is still horizontal no matter what. Okay, now you can continue.
I was not asking about the plane of the horizon, so thank you for not understanding.
I
what
was
said.
clarifying for everybody
Paper.
listening.
Clarifying something I didn't say. Paper, do you feel that the horizon has changed location when you take that elevator ride at the Sheraton on the, from in front of any large body of water?
What do you mean change location?
Meaning, if you change an
How do you
elevation,
feel?
does your horizon change?
Horizon is a
Joyful.
visual thing. Horizon is visual thing.
Okay, but we're trying to do geometry, so we're trying to do geometry with this
Would you
visual
get to
thing.
it ecstatic, or would you just be mildly surprised?
So if we are talking about this line of the horizon line, exactly. This line is, because it refers to your vision, it remains in your vision at the same position as it was.
So it does not change with elevation. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to misrepresent you.
It is, as I said, this is visual thing, optical. Horizon is optical. So this is not a physical thing. This is optical. This line where the sky meets the ground or water, this is optical line.
Okay, but the question is, does this optical line change with elevation?
Elevation in your vision? No.
It's you that changed elevation, obviously.
You are changing elevation, but you have your picture, or let's say you have camera. So, and you are going with camera higher or lower, and this horizon would stay at the same elevation in the picture. So it is just below the middle. If your camera is perfectly horizontal, it means that the horizon would be just below. And it does not matter if you are going up and down, it will remain at the same position in your frame of camera.
Yes, well,
and physically, of course, the plane of the horizon will always be horizontal at the position that it's always at and does not change position in relation to you actually changing position. The horizontal plane stays where it is at all times, no matter what you do.
That's objectively false.
That's objectively true.
In reality, paper, to respond to what you just said, in reality, the horizon does dip further down the higher you go. That's why nautical almanacs have dip correction tables.
Right? I am not talking about almanac. I am talking what we can see. And as I said, horizon is what we see.
Yeah, I get that. But the higher
Did
you go,
send you up the elevator with an almanac? I'm not sure he gave you an almanac before he sent you into the glass elevator paper. I think this is a little moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
So if you go up onto a crow's nest on a sailing ship, you are higher above the water than if you were standing at the forecastle.
Vertical height.
You're not in the elevator anymore.
You've changed the vertical height, have you?
So there are things called dip correction tables. The dip correction tables are, I don't know, over 100 years old.
Yeah, of course it would.
Because you need to have an accurate representation of your
eye
height.
Celestial navigation now as well.
It's part of celestial navigation. It's when you take an angle.
You are an expert, aren't you?
Hang on. Can everybody stop, please, and give me 2 seconds? Okay. Dip correction is to put your eyes on the ground.
Please do not.
Yes. No, he's trying to say that dip correction is the horizon lowering as you go higher. That's not what it is. No, but that's not what it is. I'm just trying to make sure he's not misrepresenting what dip correction is.
Like if you're measuring an angle, let's use the angle that you're measuring. Because you're measuring an angle.
I understand that.
Yeah. He's the geometry expert, right? He's just involved himself in... He's obviously the expert. You don't want to be giving your secrets away to the expert. You want to be hearing what the expert has to say in it.
And by the way, we were talking about plane of the horizon and horizon itself. So my argument is against Charles that this plane of the horizon is established far away from your position. And your local vertical is at your position. So you are comparing two lines, let's say, one far from each other. So vertical is far from this horizon, like few miles. So you cannot say, and this line creates plane of the horizon. So it means that this vertical would be vertical and perpendicular to that plane at your location and at this far away location also, because this is where a plane of the horizon is established. It proves that the vertical would be parallel not only at your point, but also at the this horizon line, few miles away from you, because it is a plane.
Yeah, I disagree with the part about it defined at the far location, because it is an optical phenomenon. The horizon is an optical phenomenon. You can, if the horizon is 3 miles away, you can get in your boat and drive 3 miles. Well, then the horizon is going to be 3
but
more
we do
miles
know
away.
that the plane of the horizon is horizontal, right? We can deduce that, at least, can't we? That's one of, like I said to you, I think the only geometric statement that can be made about the horizon is that the plane of the horizon is horizontal.
Yes, but the point that I was trying to make is that increasing in elevation not only causes the horizon to dip further down below your eye level, plus the dip correction table, but the horizon actually gets further away. It actually moves away. If you're standing at the water's edge with your toes in the water, it's approximately 2 to 3 miles away. But if you go up high, then it could be more and more miles away.
Okay,
right?
do you know what a hypotenuse is, Charles, Mr. Master Geometry of the Universe?
I would have to disagree with you there as well, Charles. But I mean, you've done your studies on the horizon. We've done what we've done. So I mean, that's completely different. We just disagree on you stating that there's some sort of distance to this place.
Okay, but we can all agree that this horizon line is not at your location. This line, you can see.
It's defined at your location, though. It's defined at your location.
It doesn't
if you
matter.
Move, the horizon would move.
How many miles it is far away from you, it doesn't matter. It means that this plane is established on that line, which is far away from you. And on that many miles away from you, you would have the same vertical, because this is implication. If you have horizontal plane, a plane of the horizon, and you established vertical on your location, far away from that line, it implies that the vertical line, you can move that vertical line to the horizon line, and it would be perpendicular to that plane. It has to be. It means that it would be vertical also.
Absolutely. Vertical is always perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah. And because this perpendicularity is established not at your point, that's my point of the whole point of my argument is that this horizontal plane is not established at your point if you are looking at the horizon.
And practically as well, with certain tools, the perpendicularity is also established away from your position.
Absolutely, yeah. It applies also to water level. If you
of course, yeah.
So it means that the other end of water level is the end of horizontal line.
Absolutely. So you could have a plumb bob at either end of a water level, and they would both be perpendicular to the horizontal plane, of course.
What's interesting is before the World Trade Center was destroyed, they had a viewing deck up at the top, and that, I guess at the time, it was the tallest, one of the tallest buildings in the world. And so they actually had like a little glass thing where you look through the glass and you could see the identifying marks on the glass for distant landmarks, like so many, you could see the horizon so many, I guess it was like 60 miles away, but you could see the horizon from the top of the World Trade Center. So on a clear day, it was pretty amazing how far the horizon away was.
Okay,
yeah,
Charles,
you can measure distance to landmarks. Yes.
Charles, do you know what ignoratio elenchi is, or ignoration of elenchi is?
No, I'm not. Maybe I'm not understanding the word.
So elenchi is, or elenchi is a topic, let's say. So we are discussing some topics or topic. We are arguing about thing, and when one side is proving something, the other side is just ignoring it and is segueing to another topic. Maybe even similar, or even related, but not that topic. This is
that happens here all the
elenchi.
time.
Yes,
you every time you come around. Yes,
all the time.
You are doing that. Yes.
Yeah, but more or less every time Charles come around. He does that a lot.
Question for you, paper, that I had asked was if the location of the horizon changed, and you said I thought you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that it didn't. And there were two things that say that that's factually not correct. One is dip correction table. It goes lower in your field of view. And the other is my anecdote about being on the top of the World Trade Center, where the horizon is now 60 miles away, no longer instead of 3 miles away. So that was definitely related to the topic at hand.
No, because I specifically said that the horizon is just visual line, and this is visual condition or optics. And if you have your camera oriented perfectly vertically, so this line of the horizon would be just below the middle of your frame in camera. This is just what I said. And if you are changing vertically your height, not changing horizontal position, if you can maintain your perfect horizontal position of, or rather vertical position of your camera, that horizon would not change in your frame of camera. This is what I said.
How did we get to cameras? Like what?
No, I am trying to explain, because this is on visual condition, and
he's
in
a
frame.
Geometry expert. He gets confused in contradictions when you relate it to reality. Please keep it as geometric as possible with him.
Okay, but horizon
math. But doesn't do cameras well.
Yes, but horizon is not geometric. It is a visual condition.
But the plane of the horizon is horizontal and stays where it is, no matter what.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've got that.
And it is.
Sorry, go on.
It is also parallel to every single other horizontal plane that you will ever imagine or dream up. Or establish in reality, of course.
Yeah, I've got that. GIF, I did it for a while ago where I said the horizon is horizontal. I think I was doing I think it was called a debate where I presented some arguments to Blue Marble Science. It's on my channel. Go and check it out. Just a couple of simple arguments. But Blue Marble said that there's no horizontal in nature. Maybe flat earth math might agree with Blue Marble Science.
I mean, mathematics and science, Blue Marble mathematics and Blue Marble science and flat Earth mathematics, they should go hand in hand.
Yeah, what do you say, flat Earth math? Do you agree with Blue Marble Science in the statement there is no horizontal in nature, thus throwing aside the corollary proof that the horizon is horizontal, or the plane of the horizon is.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon. The plane of the horizon is a theoretical construct. It doesn't actually. It's not a thing that exists. So I would agree with Blue Marl with science. There is no such thing as horizontal in nature.
Well, there you go. Flat Earth mathematics have also denounced horizontal planes now.
Yeah.
I'm not denouncing horizontal planes. Never said anything of the sort.
Well, how do you have a horizontal plane in nature if you can't have it parallel to the plane of the horizon? Thus, knowing that the plane of the horizon is a horizontal plane.
So it's kind of like asking where the end of the rainbow is.
I could have sworn that you agreed with us earlier that the plane of the horizon was horizontal.
Yes, the plane of the horizon is horizontal. But it doesn't actually.
So why did you just say that there is no horizontal plane in nature? That's totally contradictory, flat Earth man.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yeah, it's amazing that you can't see this.
It's kind of like saying, Bev, that the location of the end of the rainbow is an actual location, and it's like it's not. There is no end of the rainbow. We've all seen rainbows. It's
not like saying that. That's a ridiculous analogy.
Literally, there is no end of the rainbow. Okay,
but there is a horizontal plane that we call the plane of the horizon, which all other horizontal planes are parallel to in reality. That is actually real.
That plane does not actually exist. It is a theoretical construct.
Wait,
you wouldn't know it if you ran into it.
Charles, you can see on the picture Beth posted this horizon.
Yes.
So, is horizon real in that sense that we can see that?
Right, but that is actually
yes or no, please. Yes or no, please, Charles.
My goodness, you refuse
yes
to answer
or no.
Yes or no questions.
Can you? I can rephrase, Charles. Okay. I will rephrase that question. Can you see on that picture horizon?
Yes, I can see the horizon in that picture.
Is it a line?
No, it's an arc.
Okay, so let me address your asinine claim that you just made, Charles, about me. You're slandering shit. You literally asked me a yes/no question earlier that you said I previously refused to answer you on, which was also a lie. And then I went through tediously reading through definitions for you and even two propositions for you. And I even reread a definition for you. And I unequivocally answered you, yes, Charles, many times.
Okay.
You lying
so that's
shit.
the first time. That's the first time you've answered yes or no question. I withdraw my accusation.
Actually admitting to be a lying shit live on YouTube, folks. Good shit. For once in your life, own up to your lies.
We did.
That's all right. You can use profanity all you want, Saragaki. I will never curse at you or anything
okay, Charles.
But it's a free country. You can use all the profanity you like.
Charles. Okay, I said line. Let's not talk about straight line or not straight line. This horizon is a line, right?
It's a curve.
That doesn't matter. It's a line.
Are you saying a line can curve? Oh my goodness! Don't tell Bev.
If the line is curved, I am not talking about. I am asking you a question. If can you see horizon, and if this horizon is a line?
I can see the horizon, and it's a curve.
Is it a line where sky meets the water?
It's the region. It's the region of the image where the sky meets the water.
I'm talking about the image only.
Yes,
I'm not talking.
Yes, but it is a curve.
It doesn't. So it is a line.
He refuses to answer yes or no questions. Can you please answer the question?
Is it a line? I'm asking. Is it a line?
Euclidean expert, flat Earth mathematics, geometric expert at play here.
Paper.
Everybody learn
Charles,
from this.
This
when
is
you
simple
say the word
question.
line, when you say the word line, or do you mean Euclidean straight line?
I mean just line.
You got it. No, you can't say. Line. I mean, when I say line, I mean line. Line has several definitions.
You can put everything you want: a curved line, straight line, whatever. Just a line.
And I see the curved line of the horizon. It's a curved line of the horizon, yes.
Okay. So some kind of line. And definition is that the plane is of the horizon. So it is from that line, the plane of the horizon is produced.
Yes.
Yes. And this line is far away from you.
Yes.
Yes, because we can see that. We don't know how far, but it is not at your location.
Yes.
And this line, creating a plane far away from you, has vertical. Do you agree?
Okay, vertical where you are.
No.
The line doesn't have a vertical.
No. We have already established that this plane have vertical at your position, and it is perpendicular to that plane. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
But we can also have this line where we are not. Not at our location, but at this location far away.
Okay.
Wherever
line,
it is.
A vertical line hitting the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, but it won't be parallel to your vertical
line. Why not? Because
verticals diverge on Earth.
So this is assumption. This is begging the question.
No, I mean it's a fact based on the shape of the Earth. So it's not an assumption.
No. Okay, but this is
everybody. Just say everybody knows his globe, right? He's obviously hit that bridge.
But I mean,
just
paper.
ease him across. Come on.
I'm happy to walk along with you. However, this is where the shape of the Earth comes into play. If
just talking about straight lines and perpendiculars,
we are talking about plane of the horizon.
We're also talking about reality. We're talking about actually standing at the beach and looking at the horizon. So it's not just a theoretical construct of lines and planes, right? This is actually in reality.
Yeah.
And in reality,
still lines and planes.
Yeah.
In reality, the vertical at your position and the vertical at the horizon, let's say it's 3 miles away,
perpendicular to it,
are not parallel.
No, that's the definition of vertical, is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
But you start with vertical and you create the plane of the horizon.
No, the plane of the horizon has to be there, doesn't it? You don't create the plane of the horizon for the verticals to be perpendicular to it, do you? Like, it doesn't work that way, right? If it says that vertical is perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, then the plane of the horizon's already there.
Yep.
Yes.
It was always there.
Not only here, but over there it is also.
Yeah, that's an assumption paper. The vertical would be the same.
This is the fact how you create plane of the horizon.
No.
You are not creating it from your position.
But you're from your vantage point. If you were to take an elevator, the horizon changes, and the plane of the horizon would also change.
Doesn't matter.
It would both be horizontal.
No, lies. The plane of the horizon stays the plane of the horizon the entire time. It's horizontal always.
Yes, it would continue to be horizontal, but it would be in another location if you changed your elevation.
The plane is the plane. It can be extended indefinitely.
Yes, but it would change.
It's everywhere, Charles.
It would change location. It would get further down below the ground.
Hang on. The higher up you go, the farther you can see. That's it.
Yes, that's the horizon. If you were at the ocean, a calm, flat day,
you could just cast more angles upon it. I think Euclid said.
You would be able to see more further away. No, like I said,
I was gonna go there earlier about the hypotenuse, because obviously the hypotenuse of a right angle triangle, which has a teeny tiny vertical, like the hypotenuse will be very close to the same length as the base of the triangle.
Yeah.
But if you extend the vertical, then the hypotenuse will not only be longer the higher you extend the vertical, but the angle will also change the more you extend the vertical.
Yes, and that's the problem, that this angle to the horizon is just this Rayleigh criterion. So this is our limit is the same in angular measurement is the same. This is 1.2 minutes or whatever.
It's just a coincidence. And tell him, Charles. Tell him it's just a coincidence.
No.
Forget about it.
No, Paper,
It's not like QE give it you, right? He didn't slip in a Rayleigh criterion just because you think it's a distance to the horizon or anything like that.
No.
That's really weird.
Paper.
Let's forget about it. Just a coincidence.
Paper, it has nothing to do with the Rayleigh criterion.
No.
The horizon
absolutely nothing. Nothing
Oh
at all. Forget he even said that. Don't worry about it, Charles.
Can I finish the sentence? Because the Rayleigh criterion is dealing with resolution, optical resolution.
Yes.
And the distance and the location of the horizon will not change regardless of if you're using the human eye or a zoom camera or a telescope.
Yeah, it's just a tiny little angle, isn't it? Like, or is it the angle here or the angle over there? Like, where it's hard to tell, isn't it, when you're dealing with that sort of stuff?
Angular resolution is connected with a resolution of the camera or our eye. We have cones and rods in our eye, and they are rods are to see in the darkness, and they are black and white receptors.
Okay,
and
so
cones
it's an angle at the eye then, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with how far away the horizon is. Using that thing
or
that
even the
QE gave them, right? I mean,
or even the dip angle.
Yeah, I mean, it was QE that put it in that formula, right? In his, what was it? He did some logic. A modus tollens. He wrote a really shit modus tollens, didn't he? And then showed you a picture.
He was talking about, I was not talking about 1.2 miles. I was talking about, I think it is
1.225.
Yes, but not miles. I was talking about angle. It was minute or something like that. And because our resolution of our eye is about like 1 minute or whatever. I can't remember now. So if something is below that angle, we cannot resolve. So by going higher and higher, you are just changing angle at that position, so you can see. That's why you can see farther. So you are, let's say that you are moving this horizon, which is limit resolution of our resolution, farther. And in the same way, the horizon stays at the same position in our eye. Because you are moving.
But that's objectively false.
It is optically correct.
No, it is not,
yes,
because then you would not need any dip correction.
I'm not talking about dip correction. I am talking about Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, but you said the same location in our. At least I thought I heard you say same location in our field of view, and that is not correct.
Are you a camera expert as well?
Yes, I used to be a photographer.
Wow.
Yes, I was also.
I used to work in a dark room, a black and white chemical dark room. Used to be a photojournalist. So yes, I know a whole lot about cameras, lenses, resolution. Yes.
You know how to research then?
Yes.
Oh.
Did I hear you say, Paper,
know what a straight line is then?
Did I hear you say, Paper, that you used to work with cameras? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
No, I was just amateur photographer. My father was much more professional. He was also amateur photographer, but much more professional. And I have read a textbook on photography from Polish supposedly very famous photographer about photography, he is explaining many things and gives equations and many things in optics, but I cannot find this textbook now. But I have read that, so it is very well-known fact for photographers that you are just changing angle to that point or to that line, and therefore your this limit of your vision is moving away from you if you are gaining height. This is very well-known thing, and if Charles is opposing that, I am very curious what your knowledge about photography
He's doing that
is.
because he wants to get away from the geometric perpendicular and his contradictions that he's already showed us. His mind's wandering, as they do, obviously. Part of the ECV.
Bev, I'm actually right. I'm actually right here, Bev. You can actually ask me instead of.
I'm not asking you. I don't need to ask you anything.
You could just make up stuff about me while I'm sitting right here. Okay. So, Paper, did you say that your father said the horizon moves away from you?
No.
With elevation?
No, not my father. I read it in the textbook.
Okay, but did it say in that textbook that the horizon moves away from you the higher you go in elevation? Is that what it said?
This line is physically has to go away because you are making the angle wider, and if you are making the angle wider, so this angular resolution limit of your vision, which is angular resolution, is moving away.
Because I think you might have misunderstood what they were saying, because the distance to the horizon or the location of the horizon in your field of view will not change regardless of optics. So if you're at the ground and you look at with your naked eye, you pull out a camera, you pull out a pair of binoculars, all three of those will have three different Rayleigh criterion. And then you go up in a skyscraper like the World Trade Center, and you look again. Again, you're going to have the same distance to horizon, whether it's naked eye, zoom camera, or binoculars. Okay,
nothing to do with what paper actually we're talking about.
Yeah,
nothing at all.
Absolutely not.
Because it sounded like you were talking about the angle as the angle changes, and the only angle we're talking about is in comparison to the spherical shape of the Earth. So you will have this cone thing, kind of like what Sarugaki was saying about
No, I was referring to what Sarugaki was saying about this right angle triangle. With hypotenuse very, very similar in length with baseline.
Yeah, but the baseline gets longer when you increase in altitude.
Yeah.
Baseline physically
and
changes.
Hypotenuse also.
Yes, so, of course, but the baseline
and the angle between the hypotenuse and the baseline.
Yes, that angle will be increasing as well. But the thing that is key is that the length of the baseline is changing.
Where would that angle be measured? The one that you're talking about.
You cannot.
You could
right,
take
so
the
it's
angle,
not really an angle at all, then, if you can't measure it, right?
Oh my goodness! You asked a question, and I was
imagining a faraway angle.
Okay. Can I answer? You can measure the angle of depression. Subtract that from 90. Actually, no. The angle of depression would be that far angle.
This is again wrong topic, Charles.
Yes, we are not talking about.
I don't know. Wouldn't that require him to have parallel lines?
Yes,
of course. Yes,
parallel lines. Your angle of depression is the angle measured downwards from the horizontal, and that would be equal to the far angle where the hypotenuse meets the baseline.
Yeah, you would be assuming parallels within the geometric method and relating that to reality, would you?
Not assuming
absolutely
anything. Horizontal at your location.
The two planes to be parallel. Yes.
Yeah.
Horizontal at your location is parallel to horizontal beneath your location. So there's no assumption there.
To the entire plane of the horizon,
you are
which is horizontal.
Parallel horizontals in the distance.
No, not in the distance. Where you are.
You have to, yes.
But the angle is translated to the distance, in the distance.
No,
parallels don't intersect or converge anywhere. They are parallel. They are parallel over here and where, all the way over there in the distance, of course.
Yes, defined where you are, they're considered horizontal. And yes, they are parallel planes.
Okay, so those two horizontals would have to be parallel in order for you to do this geometric thing that you're doing. So you would have to apply parallel horizontals to your geometric method.
Yes.
Isn't that what you said Saragaki couldn't do the other day whenever you made that video calling him a flat earther?
Yep.
Well, he was saying a bunch of really weird stuff about a vertical
he
is
had a mathematical
defined.
proof of perpendicularity.
Yeah. But
you said he couldn't do that. You said you can't apply that horizontal that he had to his geometric proof. Yet you've just derived an angle using parallel horizontal planes.
Rules for me, but not for me.
Immediately rejected his own definitions.
No, look, hello.
I'm made them.
I have them literally in the chat right now, Charles. They are the actual definitions for horizontal and vertical.
Copied from Merriam-Webster. Yeah, I get that.
Loads of dictionaries.
That's not Euclidean.
There's loads of dictionaries.
Right, but those two are copied from Merriam-Webster.
Okay.
Right?
So
what's the problem with Merriam-Webster?
Horizontal.
Not appropriate for a geometric proof.
You've just
used them.
So are we
Your
talking
entire
about
stick right now was about parallel horizontal planes in reality, going on geometrically about parallel horizontal planes in reality. But you told me that because I did that, it invalidated the geometric proof. But now you're doing it, aka you're both contradicting yourself, and you're being a shithead about my proof for no reason, while you're doing the same thing yourself.
So I wasn't aware.
You're being a hypocrite.
Again, interrupting.
No, parallel horizontal planes is definitely geometric, Charles. Don't even try to say that it's not. They are planes. They are geometric and they are parallel.
Everybody has every right to interrupt contradictory hypocrites.
Yes.
Just to point that out, every time you contradict yourself or every time you're being a hypocrite, we will point that out for you, Charles. We will purposely interrupt you to point out your contradictions and when you're being a hypocrite.
Now, you better be careful, Bev, because you might hurt my feelings. So you don't want to make me cry.
But you're allowed to slander and libel people in your videos on YouTube. But you're talking about hurt feelings. You are a little bit...
Yeah, he facilitates that group of people that want to do that also. Right, I mean it's not just him that's doing it. He has a group of people that he facilitates this for.
And not only does he facilitate it,
bigots, right? I call them, Charles. Bigots of people that don't really like flat earthers. And what you've done is introduce somebody that isn't a flat earther into that group of bigotry. So now there's a load of bigots going after Saragaki. Because they presume,
for no reason.
Yeah, you've put him in this group, which I don't know why. I mean,
it makes no sense. He has not only brought this upon me for no other reason than he just had to do it somehow, but not only is he facilitating this within his comment section on his YouTube videos, he's encouraging it by putting little heart-like icons on the comments which do this. So he is all for it. So he is a little bit of a hypocritical shithead. And it's ridiculous to have him come here and talk like this for so many hours.
All right, I'll be happy to leave if you feel I'm taking up too much of your time. I got to get work done on my house. So
I have told you personally to your face that I think you are a waste of time.
Yeah, I like personally. I think whenever you come round here, Charles, you just come round here to expose the contradictory nature of your monadic beliefs. But
you're welcome to believe that, Bev. But you did cast an invitation, and that's when I joined. When you said anyone's welcome to come on in.
Yeah,
what do you think about
everybody is welcome to come in, have a conversation about. Thank you. Like especially on tonight, we were doing a special on contradictions, and couldn't have been better. I think you are perhaps one of the most contradictory people that I know. Like even your channel name is a contradiction.
And Emma brings up a really good point right now, that he is not even only facilitating and encouraging slander and libel. He is also encouraging doxing of people on his YouTube channel as well. That is literally against YouTube policy, is it not, Charles?
So I'm not aware of any doxing.
You put a heart icon on the comment, Charles, you lying shit. So yes, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Are you going to hold people in this server to that same standard?
Go on.
Are you going to admit to doxing and putting a heart icon on the comment? Hey, I'm not saying you doxed.
Yes,
I'm saying you're encouraging.
Are you going to apply the same standard?
We don't have doxing here, Charles.
Stop your obfuscation. You have people doxing people in your YouTube comments, and you put a heart icon on the comment. That means you have encouraged doxing on your YouTube channel, and that's a piece of shit move, Charles.
So, I think you guys know who I'm talking about. The person who said he would pay money to find out who I was, and then next thing you know,
you have a comment on your YouTube channel currently, right now, with a heart on it from you, which doxing people.
Charles,
are you going to, address this or not?
Yourself on video.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And you've put up your certificate on video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I exposed my name. You've exposed your name.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I don't. So whether you want to call it doxing or not, it's public. It's public information.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, but still, there's no need for people to be using people's names. I mean, everybody knows you as Flat Earth Math.
Right, but yet you've been repeatedly using a nickname that people use of mine, as well as you posted a comment that had my last name, the correct spelling of my last name, which is all good. I don't care, but it's something you posted here in the server.
Charles, I've been inviting you to a group on Twitter for quite a while now.
I'm not on Twitter.
Yes, you are.
No,
you have a Twitter account.
I'm not on Twitter, so I would not be able to receive any of these invitations.
Oh, so you don't have that Twitter account?
Genuinely don't know who you're talking or what you're talking about.
Let me have a look. Well, are
you claiming somebody to impersonate? That doesn't sound good if somebody is out there impersonating you on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Let's have a look. Oh, wait a minute. No, what's it doing? I don't want to go to communities. Get away. I don't know what has happened there. Is send you it. Is that not you?
Oh, you're sending me a DM. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Joint February 2010. Okay, so I guess I must have established a Twitter account 13 years ago. Yeah.
Is that you?
Picture. Yeah, that was me.
Okay, so you do have a Twitter account then?
Oh. 13 years ago, I must have made it and then immediately forgot about it. So I'm not on Twitter.
Okay. Well, that account is on Twitter. And
but
that is you. So you do actually have an account on Twitter. Whether you can get to it or not, I don't know. I don't know. You forgot about it, right? But
here's the question
you
for
do
you.
actually have an account on Twitter, right?
So, but here's the question for you, Bev. How would you have connected that to the online persona known as Flat Earth Math? Right? I mean, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. But there was a certain person who was very aggressively posting about how he was going to pay money to find out who I was, that he's going to get my students involved to embarrass me on video, right? So you know exactly who I'm talking about.
I don't know.
At some point I'll make a video about it.
Somebody to
But,
no, I mean, you do have a YouTube video, right? You do have a channel on YouTube.
Yes.
Do your students know about your online persona?
Yes.
Well, they do, right? So they do already know. How could they How could you be embarrassed then?
No, what I'm saying is, the person in this server said he was going to pay money to find out exactly who I was, and then he was going to have my students make an embarrassing video about me. That's what he said. I'm paraphrasing. But he said he was going to involve my students. He was going to have a video. They were going to make a video.
Are you involving your students in saying this?
No, he was going to involve my students.
Okay? I don't know where that was.
I'll make a video about it. I'll post it.
Wow!
But
you'll make a video
if you scroll back up.
Is that your
it's a mental
health video?
Mental health. Yeah, it's a mental health question. It's really a shame. I'm praying for the guy, but he can't be happy.
Yeah,
but anyway,
you have a
don't want to talk
video
with somebody who's
libeling
not
and slandering. Yeah,
this is what
that's
he gets
okay.
out
Sure,
of
course.
obviously. Don't worry about
it. It'll be
it.
screenshots. So no libeling, no slandering, just screenshots. But anyway, I don't want to talk too much about somebody who's not here, so I'm gonna take my leave.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you later.
All right.
Thank you, Wade.
Have a good one.
Go away.
All right. Thanks to everybody. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye. Hope not.
The most contradictory person I know. And obviously always go to that whatever. Do you remember when Blue Marble did that? When he went all funny about
but can we just point out that he completely deflected, right? So he went from it being put against him on his personal YouTube channel that he allows that, to him complaining about someone in a public Discord server
who has not actually done any of
who's not
no
done
doxing,
anything,
no libeling,
nothing's
no
happened.
slandering.
Yeah, he's already give up his own information. And what he just did there was fantasy. And yet he's going to make a video, right? He's going to fantasize about stuff like he just did with Saragaki. He fantasized that he can get rid of a mathematical proof by saying you can't use horizontal. But then later on, obviously, contradicted himself and actually used horizontal in a proof of measuring an angle.
Absolutely ridiculous. This is a geometry expert, self-proclaimed.
And a teacher that's going to these
Teacher, no
lengths
less.
to slander people. And he's making another video. He's doing well out of the videos coming around here, accusing people of being flat earthers and making videos slandering people.
Meanwhile, his name is Flat Earth Math.
Yeah, but he kept talking about the shape of Earth. But flat,
he's obsessed. Definitely not.
He's got it in his name. He's obsessed with it.
Yeah. But what shape is flat? Every shape is flat.
It's not even
a piece of paper.
It's a description, is it not? Like my walls.
Yeah.
It's the same as horizon. This is visual description of what we see. So we say that something is flat because we see it flat. If we don't see it flat, we don't name it flat.
And we, like the word horizon, you can look up the etymology of the word to understand what the word actually means.
Yeah, we went through that with S.E. Montreal. Yes, this is boundary of, it's now it's like a field of view, but field of view means a limit of this field. So the horizon is this line where we cannot see further because of limit, and this limit is Rayleigh criterion, or whatever you want to name it, because angle is too narrow and we cannot resolve things because they are merging into one. In horizon or in plane, plane is merging into line, or some thing like plane, because of course water is not perfect plane, but in distance it is going, this angle is narrowing, so it is going into line anyway. This is visual condition, and this is our visual reality. This is our perception, and the horizon plane, or plane of the horizon, is derived from our vision.
Plane of the horizon being horizontal. That word horizontal obviously is derived from the word horizon.
Oh, yes, of course, Rumpus is repeating himself for years that horizon has nothing to do with horizontal, which is very stupid. But
I mean, Rumpus is also, just like Charles, an expert on everything, right?
yeah.
But no matter the sophistry, you can't change the fact that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, and you know, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, which is a plane.
Yes, and off there it means from, like from horizon. So we have plane from horizon.
Isn't it like? Isn't that one of the first lessons of deductive logic, right? That if you can derive that horizontals are parallel from the fact that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, but then you can also do the corollaries that the horizon is horizontal, right? The plane of the horizon is horizontal. And you can also say that horizontal must be a plane. It's not just a line, it's a plane. For it to be parallel to the plane of, then it's obviously a plane, because planes are parallel to planes.
Yes, and horizontal plane is parallel to plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Or it can be even the same. If you are at the same elevation, let's say, you can establish horizontal plane at the height of 0, and that would be the plane of the horizon itself.
Yeah, I mean, it like, this isn't something that's we're trying to prove anything at all. This is just so you can get the fundamentals for yourself. Right? There's no proof, and like, Charles came around, he obviously got threatened, but nobody was threatening anything. It's just a statement of reality. Now, if you're sensible about this, all you do is you place these proofs within reality on your model. Whatever you think reality is, your worldview or whatever, it's got to comport to the actual proofs that you gain in reality. Otherwise, you end up angry. You're fighting something. I mean, reality is reality, and these proofs exist in reality. Why try and contradict them for a dogmatic model belief that you don't even know where it came from? It's not supported by anything.
Okay, but when he said that Sarugaki is hurting his feelings, so it is not very good belief, because you know, you can have faith based on reason. That would be some kind of reasonable faith. But if his faith is based only on feelings, that's completely unscientific, I would say.
It's a little late to start crying about his feelings after he's done numerous videos
Yeah,
slandering other people in the video.
I'm just pointing out his standpoint. How can you?
I agree with you.
To base your model on feelings. So just ridiculous.
But Paper, how do you feel when you take a glass elevator upwards?
I feel acceleration.
Oh, nice answer. I didn't see that one coming.
Or rather, I sense acceleration.
Feel motion.
And if about personal feeling, so I may be happy with that, but my stomach is not happy.
I have been up the glass elevator. Well, it's not. It's like a glass floor at Blackpill Tower.
You guys have that Kia or whatever. I'm trying to think of how you pronounce his name. K-I or Kail or whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick. Kali.
Kali, this
Kali,
guy
yeah.
from yesterday.
Yeah, he stopped by, huh?
Last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed it. Was it good?
Yeah, I recorded it. It was strange. He tried the angle, obviously, argument he thought it was, and it's not the argument that he thought it was.
Yeah, he almost threatened to unfriend me. He said, "Why would you invite me to such a toxic place?" I go, I think I might have sent you the wrong invite.
He said he came here for an argument with a load of flat earthers, and we said, well, there is no flat earthers here, sorry.
Yeah, I told him at first, too, that I said, hey, I got some people who know the earth isn't flat. Because he started, I've been talking to him for about 6 months, maybe, and he started off as a flat earther with some questions. And just over time, he thought that the globe had offered all the answers, and like he's a big fanboy of Bob now. Because he thinks Bob knows a lot about science and stuff. And so I go, hey, are you curious about a geometry question? Because maybe Bob's a little weak on geometry. He's like, yeah, certainly. I go, okay, here. These are some people they're not flat earthers, and they talk about geometry.
Yeah, I mean, I've got loads of recorded conversations that I guess, I don't know. Some of them are a little bit strange.
Yeah.
As you'd imagine. But yeah, they're all very similar. That's what we've noticed. There's not much difference whenever you end up talking to people. You end up dealing with, I think it's psychological issues, to be honest. But not being an expert in psychological issues, I can only make a street diagnosis of
layman's idea.
Insane.
Yeah, what would cause someone to act the way they do? And you can't think of a rational reason, so you come up with some sort of irrationality, either a mental health issue or some other sort of, trauma dump or something like that. Because they don't seem to be able to connect at any sort of human level, but they think they are. But so what would cause that? Some sort of break in reality.
I think it's a modern education. It's a long chain of parents teaching children and the education failing just about everyone. Setting people up, if anything, for a fail. Just mass confusion. systematically, right? Done since probably 1800s.
Right about.
Yeah, the takeover of education by executive branches.
You start by removing logic from any education, keeping it to certain people. I mean, you just systematically allow people to imagine that they have the ability to do it all themselves. And with no logic framework for you to deal with, I think you're left in modern times with everybody experts in everything, knowing nothing about anything.
It's a sad state of affairs. You end up with people like Charles.
Yeah, he claims to be an expert in geometry, but he's never shown anything. He's meant to be a teacher. If you're a teacher and you're an expert in geometry, you should be able to portray that very simply, right? You should have had the teaching training to be able to express everything. And the expertise within the geometry to be able to show you the geometric methods. He's got no logic. Contradicts himself. How can you have a contradictory mindset and claim to be an expert in geometry? Probably the perfect example of how a logical axiomatic system works. Every bit of logic that's ever used within argumentation form, the perfect stuff, the stuff that actually goes proof on proof on proof, is within geometry. Hope he's still listening. I know we are just normal people, and Charles is definitely the teacher. I don't know what modern education calls teachers if that's the standard that we've got to go with. Like, thankfully, my kids have finished school. But you'd really have to question the education system with people like Charles going around calling people flat earthers and making videos showing his contradictory state of mind. Fucking madness.
Crazy person. He did manage to admit that he was wrong. He didn't like the idea that it was called out as a lie, but he did retract it, so I'll give him that. But other than that, he is a crazy person, madman, obviously, as he's shown tonight.
Oh, I missed Charles. He was here earlier.
Oh, you did? Yeah, please. Oh my God, you're so lucky.
He did contradict it. Like, we did a show on like whether you allow for contradiction. In fact, we've never got round to talking about this, right? The topic of the show is in geometry, if within geometry and mathematics and reality the law of non-contradiction applies, then applying any of this mathematical geometric proof to reality should not introduce any contradictions.
I would agree.
Yeah, I don't allow myself to have any contradictions. I can't even imagine what that would do to a mind to accept a contradiction. This is a lot of the reasons why people tend to flip out and go a little bit weird, because of this contradiction. When you're exposed to a contradiction that you have to have, because reality is contradictory. If you accept a model. If you can accept ep or he, you'll be fine.
And as he showed, you asked him straight question about whether or not he sees the contradiction that he is putting up. And he said no. No, he can't see it.
Yeah, he said that we are afflicted by a model, and I'm pretty sure that's a model of logic that allows you to see the contradictions. Now, is that a blessing or a curse? I would say I've gained the most from understanding logic more with a group of people that can discuss these things. All of the other conversations seem a little bit weird now about nothing. But obviously Charles doesn't have that framework. It's pretty obvious that we can't talk to people like Charles, flat earth math. People who have the same sort of mindset of flat earth math, we cannot talk to. They're on a different wavelength. I don't think they have any logical thought patterns. They've given it up. They're obsessed with the model, or something has replaced that logic, understanding, the ability to reason.
Which is strange with, like you earlier pointed out and described very well, the logic that is the underlying, foundations of all of geometry. Perfect logic through and through. And to claim to be an expert of that, but then show himself to have no logic, it's a massive contradiction.
Yeah, like I say, I think he's possibly a perfect example, right? Flat earth math, contradictory statement. He's perhaps one of the most contradictory people there is. His entire persona and the model he follows is a outright contradiction.
Absolutely. The idea that you can have a perpendicular relationship of two straight lines, but the perpendicular relationship only flows one way. It's not reciprocated by the other line. It's of massive contradiction, because those two lines are both required in order for the perpendicularity in the first place, as we went over in detail. Yeah, I've never heard of such a weird contradiction, actually. I think that's up there in top 5 about the weirdest contradictions I've ever heard.
One of my proofs, I think, like going through the mathematics and the simpleness of it, one of them states that as soon as you say perpendicular, you make no difference between either line. Like, there's no saying of which one is perpendicular, as they are both perpendicular. They have a similar relationship through the words.
Yes, it's like A equal to B means B equal to A. So if you say that vertical is horizontal, is perpendicular to horizontal, ipso facto you are saying that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. You cannot just have one, because this is mutual relationship. If we are talking, for example, of a number greater and smaller, you cannot exchange, because they are not in equal, let's say, proportion. But it is like equal proportion, 1 to 1. So you can exchange that vertical with horizontal, because you can change, you can turn them 90 degrees and it will be the same. So I cannot see how he could to dismiss one of these proportions. That vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, but horizontal is not. It is just nonsense, no, complete. For me, this is just too much of stupidity. That it's beyond criticism for me.
I think that was a genius touch, that, with his horizontal plane that wasn't horizontal. Like, that was, I mean, the way he thought he could just slip that one past. Or do you think he actually held that contradiction, that he had a horizontal plane that wasn't horizontal?
Yes, and when he was talking about horizon, that it is curved, so I just didn't want to dig into that, but if it is curved up and down, it means that would not create plane, because that would be like spherical curve. So his claim of horizontal plane would be completely false, because you cannot have horizontal plane or plane of the horizon if horizon itself is curving up and down.
Well, he did say, right, that you can have a horizontal plane. It's horizontal over here, but it's not horizontal over there. That is textbook contradiction. You can literally plot it into the law of non-contradiction and see it. Textbook, blatant contradiction. And yeah, he just wanted to slip that right past.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said at a distance, it's not the same. Yeah.
But the very nature of the plane is that you can extend this plane indefinitely.
Yeah.
Infinitely.
Yeah, see, this is just like geometric proof and geometric understanding. Anyone can come to their own conclusions. All we're saying is that there are contradictions that follow illogical thought patterns. What you do with those contradictions, and you've got to be careful within this as well, because the mind will eventually at some point find a contradiction. That's why I should start doing a warning at the beginning of the show. Like, reality can lead you to find that you hold contradictions. Finding out where they came from. How you came to hold two contradictory ideas. That's the challenge for the conversation. This has been a good show tonight, because Charles, thank you very much, Flat Earth Math. He's shown us how people can hold contradictions and not even notice them. So you've been wondering why you've been talking to a group of people and getting nowhere. This is why. Can you hold contradictions in reality for yourself? And can you mathematically, logically, obviously, get rid of those contradictions? How the logic is going to show you the contradiction.
Oh, you're like paving the way for me to tell the story, because at once upon a time, right, there was a contradiction in my system of reasoning, I guess you'd call it, that was pointed out to me, and I took it to heart, and I'm like, okay, well, how do I deal with this? And for me, I will consider myself to be extremely lucky to have come across some logic, which just upon seeing it and understanding it, more or less instantly absolved that entire contradiction for me, and I could just let it go. I don't hold this contradiction anymore at this point. I cannot. And I mean, there's been several, or at least a few of those instances after having found this server. And I'm grateful for the ability to now absolve myself of contradiction because it's very freeing mentally. And that was, like I said, it's because of logic. And I don't necessarily know if there's any other way, because obviously a contradiction is a term from logic in the first place.
But it I reckon we're going to see coming up in the very near future, people who hold these dogmatic beliefs aren't going to want to access any logic. So
yeah, I think that's been shown tonight.
Yeah. So I think we're going to have to be wise with who we talk to, because obviously the most upset ones are going to come in. And like we did last night, we had a conversation with a guy who came in about, he thought he had an argument. Turns out he didn't, but he got really upset about him not having an argument. Or
Yeah,
him not
because
understanding what an argument was.
yes, in the first place. So he thought that he had argument, but we were trying to explain to him what argument is, and it turned out that this, what he thought that is argument, was not an argument. And this, I would say, made him upset.
But there's another story from yesterday that could be pointed out, because we were sitting here talking about geometry, and we came about some inconsistencies which could border contradictions, and we spent however long to deal with that and to come to terms and figure out how to reason that and to deal with it internally between ourselves. And those are the kinds of conversations that are actually very interesting. And nobody got mad, nobody got angry. We cooperated and we dealt with it together, and that was amazing. So that's like the other side of the coin, just as an example.
Yeah, it's been good. This little break with me having the kitchen done has given me chance to not really do anything in the mornings, just have a clear thought about what's going on. And yeah, this week's been quite eye-opening, I think. Everything comes around at the right time, and it's pretty obvious, as Charles has shown us tonight. There are people who live on contradictions, and they get upset when they hear logic. I can't see any point in talking to them, because anytime you talk logic to them, they get upset. So I'm not willing to give up logic, and I'm not willing to accept contradictions to allow them to have a conversation with their contradictions. I can't do that. So I think the conversations are going to be open, but we've got to have an understanding, that an agreement with people that contradictions don't actually occur in reality. Like, paradoxes don't exist. They're just puzzles we need to work out, and we can only work them out if we're talking, communicating, not getting angry at each other. I quite like the idea of the paradox, or the contradiction. Ask most people around here if you come round. It's fun. It's challenging. Doesn't mean
It's like
anything, is it? It
it's a
doesn't mean
problem.
anything. Yeah.
It's like it's like a problem, and you're looking for a solution. It's a challenge. Yeah, like you said, a challenge. And
It's like
the harder the
it's
challenge,
a
the
maths
better.
problem, but it's more cerebral, right? It's more real because all of the stuff goes into it. It's a logic problem, but it's a logic problem that you have got to master within your own mind.
Yes, in order to resolve paradox, you need to find false assumption. Generally, most paradoxes are based on what Bebby called hidden premise. It is not hidden premise. It is hidden pre-assumption. It is hidden because it is not expressed in syllogism, but it is there implicitly. And the way of resolving paradox is to find this hidden pre-assumption, and this pre-assumption is violating, for example, syllogism. So that would be resolving paradox.
Yeah, I like the idea of paradoxes and contradictions and that, showing people. I mean, the missus said to me today that she was listening to something and she thought it came across that us showing the contradictions was us sort of saying we were smarter than somebody else or something. I don't think that's what it is. I tried to explain to her. We don't actually give any solutions to any of this sort of stuff. This is a thing that you've got to work out for yourself. We particularly deal in enthymemes. And they're, I don't know, I think they're like magical things, an enthymeme. So I can't really tell you about them, but you'll get them gifted to you whenever.
I know this guy who's he uses that name as his username. I've been trying to get him to come here for probably about 6 months or so, maybe longer. You'll have a riot with that guy too.
Well, yeah, we are going to start doing podcasts and stuff like that. So I'm after proper conversations about these sort of things. The acceptance of contradictions in reality. I mean, what sort of person can do that? And what does it do to a mind once you do accept a contradiction? Because within logic, what happens is, like Euclidean geometry, for instance, perfect system. But add one contradiction anywhere within that logical system and you explode the logic. What that means, it means anything can happen. From that contradiction, you can use that to prove that dragons exist. You can literally fantasize about anything. That's what happens to a logical system if you explode the logic by adding a flaw into it. Well, what happens to the mind if the mind allows a contradiction?
It's game over.
I would say that mind is withering with contradiction because the state of happiness of our mind, as Aristotle is describing this, is when we gain knowledge. It means we gain truth, because not truth is not knowledge. So we are losing ability to be happy in that sense, because and then our mind is withering. Because food for mind should be truth, and holding contradictory positions is making our mind unable to be happy from truth, because there is no truth in contradiction itself, because we still don't know what is true and what is not true, and we don't care when we hold two positions. And I would say that this is killing for our mind. Absolutely unnatural to our mind.
Yeah, I don't, like I say, I don't have contradictions, and I don't allow contradictions, and I think I hear them more than other people, because it seems like I've been shut out for pointing out people and their contradictions. I mean, lots of people have said lots of contradictory things to me, and I've heard a lot of contradictory things said. And I've definitely come to the conclusion after 4 years of study that that's the problem. Allowing your mind to accept a contradiction does strange things. And it does different things to different people. And yeah, if anybody, what you should do is really come into the Discord. Come and get involved, because there's a lot more stuff that goes on in the Discord. You're not really getting the full idea of what goes on unless you're actually in the Discord. And coming up very soon, I think we're going to be doing some videos and stuff on proofs within geometry, and some people might get triggered about them, but I mean, they are just mathematical proofs, and we relate them to reality because we have this thing. Number one, advanced simplicity, break things down to their most fundamental you can, and simplest as well, because we are simple people and we are just normal people, so we can't be using millionaires to help us out. We're just doing this privately, and hopefully everyone can do it for themselves as well. We're not like exclusive, I'm going to do it, but you should be able to do these sort of things as well, because it's just reality. Doing some proofs and relating to reality, so advanced simplicity, and then we've got realizing Euclid, which is making real that geometry of Euclid, the simplicity of mathematical thought, and placing it in reality and seeing whether it matches up. So it is really weird that, you know, a guy called Flat Earth Math is a little bit upset about the geometric relationship of vertical and horizontal into reality, when we've got an entire program called Realizing Euclid, which is bringing this fundamental simplicity of geometry and mathematics into reality and relating it to reality. Yes, some people might get triggered, but I mean, it is just reality. We've been saying it for a while. All of the proofs in reality will prove the real globe. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone knows his globe. We'll just go out there and realizing Euclid in reality and show how we can do that. Call it citizen science or something like that if you want.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want the first word to also start with S, because that's how they do it with superheroes. They have, you know, first name, last name, both start with the same letter. So yeah, just for the extra punch.
Yeah, I do really like the idea of we're just, we're after talking to people about whatever. Free for all Friday. If anybody wants to come in, you can still come into the Discord. You can even come in anytime. It's going to be the weekend. The weekend's normally a good time to come in and have a chat. Some of the little journeys that we go on, some of the logical, deductive reasoning challenges that we have for each other might challenge you, but I mean, that's what you want, really, isn't it? I think the old flat earth, globe earth thing, it's had its day. Same old, same old. There's only one reality. Why not talk about that? Or how you can accept contradictions. Which is more important?
People like flat earth math, they think that they don't accept contradiction because they cannot see contradiction.
Yeah, he thinks we were the ones who were contradicting ourselves because he said because of his a model affliction.
Yes,
obviously. No, it wasn't projection. No, forget about projection.
At
right?
all.
Not projection. So, what made him say that?
Maybe because we are contradicting his model. And because his model is obviously true, then...
Axiom 1.
Yeah.
We're disregarding axiom 1.
So if it is this globe, so everything which does not conform to this globe, it's contradiction.
To his understanding of what that means, right? His perception or preconception about what his globe actually means. Because, I mean, this globe, right? So it's about what he believes or what he thinks or holds as the meaning of this. So his model, yes, in that sense.
It threatens his model through an enthymeme that
yes,
nobody's aware of us saying, and it's only available to him. It's like his bat ears. Flat Earth math bat ears hear something different than what's actually being said because of his already preconceived model, right?
And it hurts his feelings.
Yeah, it goes into sentry mode.
And it's impossible for, let's say you, because you were the one who were talking about this straight line between 2 points with equal altitude. And that's when he called contradiction. But it's impossible for you to just read his mind to know how he could make that claim, right? You can't just assume on his behalf where that contradiction lies.
Yeah. And obviously, it's a contradiction, right? But he can't employ logic. Because the moment he employs logic, he sees contradiction. So,
yeah,
him just calling contradiction was something that he just has to say. It's like part of a scripted get out clause of an argument.
Yes, scripted self-defense. So like reaction. Learned reaction.
Yeah, auto. But I don't know. I'm not really after the contradiction stuff. Surely there's got to be people who can have conversations that don't get triggered, right? Obviously with Charles, it's his model that gets threatened. But, I mean, is it a different reality or... Why does he feel that he needs to call people flat earthers, for instance?
Yeah, that is strange. Like, would anybody assume that there are different realities? That seems like a massive leap of faith to me. Is there not only one reality? I mean, that's a question for anyone and everyone.
How does it help him? You know, like, imagine you've got an argument, then how does it help your argument to call somebody a flat earther?
It's really weird, because the weird part for me is that he claims advanced degree. And when you go to college, they talk about not identifying other people, microaggressions, like treating people with respect, a safe space, if you will, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That all these things, if you do any one of these things,
it can't just be college or university. That's going to be, he claims to be a teacher, a high school teacher, right? So even more important, surely.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting to, is that he should know better than to identify someone else. He really should. And if he doesn't, then I don't know how he. That's why I said the other day, like, I can't imagine how you treat the kids in your class.
Yeah, I think that was a recorded conversation, not put out, not aired. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously some challenging questions, and we've still got questions for all sorts of stuff. Obviously, these contradictions that are around, I can, I can deal with the contradictions. I know how to deal with them, and conversation obviously brings them up in people. And I don't know if anybody wants to come and challenge themselves with contradictions that I think Charles has shown us. Flat Earth Math, Contradiction Man. He's shown us that most people, at least, have some fundamental contradictions inbuilt in.
Yeah, I think the behavior that you talked about just a minute or two ago is not to bolster an argument that they may or may not don't have. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's more to reinforce or reify their already cemented belief. And I think the more ECV, for those that know, more you rail against anybody discussing anything outside of that which you hold dear, right? So you're going to the tendency is then going to be, I go slay the dragon so that I can feel better about myself. It's not really just to slay the dragon. It's not to protect the people around me that might be harmed by the dragon. It's to reinforce my worldview as a hero. To me, that's kind of what it boils down to. I've said it for a long time. The people that have come into this server over the couple of years that I've been around, the ones that, let's say, argues the wrong word because that's specific to what we mean it to be in logic. But I would say bicker, right? The people that come in and bicker the hardest, those are the people that somehow have a tick in their mind that says you have to fight now. You have to fight for your whatever, your monad, your God, your model, your. We even had one person come in, Bev. I think you remember that. You'll die without a model. Some guy said. And that's, I don't know what you do with that. I don't know what kind of behavior or psychology you'd call that.
How about dog whistle?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Right? He's trying to garner support for his team, within his team, by labeling people.
Yeah, well, it is a way to silence, right? an opponent, and I say opponent because not supposed to be enemies. And in logic and debate, it's just simply one side. Somebody is taking one side and somebody's taking the opposite side.
Yeah, but who hears that, right? That's the thing with the dog whistle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who are the people that hear that? Such and such
Right.
is a flat earther.
Right. And then what do they do with that?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the
Yeah.
sinister part, I would say. Underlying most of
and
this
a lot
stuff.
of oh yeah, and a lot of people get triggered far worse than we've been talking about this person or that person being triggered. Some people get so triggered that they have taken pictures of members of this server's homes. Right? They've called members of this server's churches, customers, employers. I mean, it gets pretty aggressive out there when you apply a side rule, Betty's side rule. It can get pretty dangerous.
So with the hierarchy of these dog whistles, surely somebody who makes videos, and then obviously they have to be sort of high up, wouldn't they? Within this.
Well, and and if they go against the dragon, right? Somebody that another group of people consider a dragon, or maybe even the dragon, maybe Satan, right? Then all the more popular those videos, rebuttals, etc. become.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Saragaki, knowing that Saragaki came into this through logic.
Yeah.
They were not a flat earth server. Saragaki didn't come in anything to do with flat earth. I mean, literally, we don't discuss flat earth. Yet, Flat Earth Math has made a video labeling somebody a flat earther.
Yeah.
Now that's a really weird Flat Earth Society move, as though he's trying to recruit him into Flat Earth when he's not there. Still not. But just because Charles has said it, it still doesn't make him a flat earther, because he's not. So I don't know what the idea of this method or whatever it is that people like Charles are doing. Because I've had him doing it to me for years.
Yeah.
They've never stopped.
Yeah, it is a way to marginalize, minimize, and potentially put at risk your quote unquote enemy. I mean, take it out of the realm of this arena, right? Just look at politics. Look at what's happening on the world stage for, the better part of, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years. If you can label your enemy an infidel, then that carries with it a certain connotation that your side, people on your side rule, can then latch onto, go after. They now have a boogeyman, a Jabberwocky to slay. Now you might think it's all just, you might tongue in cheek, you might not really have meant it, but there are consequences for going down that kind of road.
What did he respond to that? I forgot to mention that he wanted to slay the Jabberwocky with the Vorpal sword and cut his head off.
Yeah.
What did he? How did he?
Saragaki is the Jabberwocky.
Yeah, how did he respond to that?
Saragaki's perpendicular argument.
Yeah, Saragaki's perpendicular argument is the Jabberwocky.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't talking about, because in the story, the Jabberwocky was constantly talking and saying really nothing, and it finally stopped because it was a tactic, a distraction for how it fought. It fought by distracting you, and then it could attack you from different angles. So that's what I thought Charles was trying to say, that he has a Jabberwocky he has to kill, but first he has to find a way to silence the noise.
But the Jabberwocky's in the mind, right?
It's his Jabberwocky.
It's his Jabberwocky.
Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah.
No.
He's literally telling you of his
mind.
fucking phantoms and what he has to do. His Jabberwocky that he has to slay is a perpendicular argument from Euclid. Do you think he's actually slayed it?
Not and call Euclid perfect, which he's done many, many times.
Not a chance.
Oh, it's a dichotomy. it's strange. So we've said that for a long time now.
He's a man of contradictions.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be contradictory if it wasn't flat Earth math.
Right.
He's like the another dogmatic model that we have. Right? Any contradiction proves the whatever it is you want to prove. Through contradiction. You can prove through contradiction now.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat.
Literally, it's the embodiment of that in a person. Flat Earth math. The man that's gone so deep into the model, he's literally made himself a contradiction in order to deal with whatever demons he has. Jabberwockies, there must be tons of them. We have a term that we use around here. It's called a nut sacking. What that is, it comes from a video. If you want to come into the Discord, I'll hand it off to you. I think it's on one of the playlists. And this video shows a guy called Roger Penrose. And he explains that he knows this stuff well enough that he can walk up to the axioms of the thing and step beyond them. He can take a leap on the other side of the axioms. He knows the axioms that well. And that's a state of the mind, because Roger Penrose is known for space stuff. So that's an expansion of the mind outwards. We say, don't Penrose yourself. But on the other side of that, as a flip coin to that, is our friend George Nutsack. So we have the nutsacking, and what that is, bless him, he was a lovely man. Not really, but he God rest his soul. He went inwards. He went that deep into the model that his mind was like this Penrose, but it's inverted. And what that showed us is the monad, the center, the all-encompassing point at the center of everything is not sacking. And once you go too deep into geometry with a fundamental concept of a model, then that's where you end up, this monadic belief system. It's mad, and it takes a little bit to get used to, because perhaps a little bit stuff, and obviously the conversations that we're going to have, this sort of stuff's going to come out a lot more, and we'll try and put it into some sort of form.
Yeah, it's I put it a link to the wiki entry for monad. If you have a model, you might look at that graphic and see a model. It'd be interesting to discuss with people the model that they see there, if there is one.
Like a Rorschach test.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a big point, that.
Yeah.
But I suppose, hey, it's the monad. You can have it however you want. It's yours.
Indeed. I think people would understand what I'm saying when I say, if you have a model, if you're model afflicted, you may see your model in that graphic.
Absolutely.
You can almost picture it in your mind. That your model in that graphic. It's a monad.
Sounds like you're doing hypnotism.
A little bit.
I can neither confirm nor deny any such thing, Bev. Come on now. Yeah, Danger. It is fascinating. I mean, these things that we see, people come in here and we invite them in, right? As Charles said, he was invited in. True enough, but they haven't tread the same ground we've tread. But instead of asking about that journey, being interested in that journey, how did you guys get where you are? It's fascinating. It's no, instead just degrade, libel, slander, call someone something that they're not, even though they've said it a million times that they're not. But it can't be that, right? You can't. There's no interest in a monad worshiper. There's no interest in them actually entertaining the journey that other people might have been on. Why? Well, if you can see your model in that graphic right there, it might somehow take away from that model, potentially. Not saying it will, but it might, because we here have tried very hard. I mean, Bev will tell you, right? He didn't have the model. He had something happen to him that he didn't have it. Didn't have it. Didn't grow up with it. I did. Almost everybody else does, and it takes some time to be done with the model and be honest with yourself enough to say, I don't know. There's another great word. Danger's been looking at some of our words. Here's another one. Let me put this in the chat here. Hang on.
We need to start cataloging these words.
Yeah, we do. We really do. Yeah, I need my other keyboard for this.
Do you literally have a special keyboard for this?
Yeah, I need a special keyboard for that, because if you don't get it right, then it means another word. Epohe.
True, yeah.
So epohe is refusing to provide your assent. You're coming down on one side or another. And people who practice epohe are also practicing humility. They're saying, I cannot know. I cannot know, and I will not make a claim. But epohe, hey, if you want to take that on yourself, great. This other person wants to take that on. If you see your model in that graphic, fine. No big deal. Let's have a chat. Have a chat how you got there. That'd be interesting. You might want to know how we got to epohe, but it seems nobody wants to have that discussion, do they, Bev?
It's because I don't think we're trying to offer solutions or whatever. Like, there's no drama or anything like that. But to be honest with you, I think this is probably one of the solutions. Epohe. And the only way, like I said a bit ago, the only way you can give someone epohe is by handing them a contradiction and making them drop the contradiction. And then you can offer epohe. So thanks for the contradictions, guys.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Yeah.
It really is. No sarcasm. Yeah, it's how we learn. And then we can say, epohe. I can't make...
Oh, it's okay if I go, or do we going to finish?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, I had an interesting event like this. A PhD Tony, he was going on and on medicinal mass media about why globalists shouldn't use NASA. He's like, because it craters the conversation. He went on and on about all these different examples about if you use NASA, you're not going to go anywhere as flat earthers. They don't trust NASA. And I said, okay, you're almost there, okay? They don't trust systems of authority that don't give you a chance to disagree. It's more than just NASA. It's the federal government in large, executive branch, and also a lot of state activity too. And somehow he took offense to that. He got really upset with me that I was challenging, what he should tell globals to do. And he thought I go, no, dude, I'm not telling you what to, okay, you can give globalists any advice you want. Okay, I'm telling you that from my point of view, that if you try to use some other system of authority, like the Catholic Church's Big Bang Theory, you'll get the same feedback. Okay, it's not uniquely NASA that flat earthers object to. It's a system of power and control that don't really give you an option to say no thank you. And then at some point, talking to him, it kind of, like, why do you think the earth is flat, and or whatever, and going on, and he got really upset with me that he said I was calling him a liar. And I said, how am I calling you a liar? He said, because you use GPS. I go, I don't use GPS. Like, I guess he worked on the GPS system or something. I go, I've used GPS in the past, like maybe 15, 16 years ago. I didn't really like it. The device I had, the Garmin Yumi, the maps were out of date. They want like $240 to update the maps, and I just got used to not using it. It was a novelty item at the time, and I just know where I'm going. The places I go are the places I go, and if I need to go someplace, I'll look at the map or whatever. So I said, if I agree to never use GPS again, will you say that we're cool now, right? I haven't called you a liar because I'm not using GPS. And eventually the moderators jumped in, and he was screaming at me. Like, I was going to go back and record it, but the live stream wasn't on. I mean, he was foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog. And finally they said, hey, bring up another topic. And it was just quiet for like a minute or two. I brought up Dungeons and Dragons. And then he just started talking like normal again. I was like, and when we went on for like another 45 minutes just talking about role-playing games and what games and what sessions do people play and what was a fun session, and it was like the weirdest thing ever. It's like 2 minutes ago, you were saying, like, I don't know, I'm still trying to unpack it. That's why I kind of threw it out there and see what do you think there? I haven't really had this happen to me.
PhD Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's insane.
Okay. The last time I had something like that happen to me was basically like PNS or someone like that who was just going to start screaming at some point anyway. But it was really weird. Like, I kept accepting every condition he had, and he still ended up screaming at me. And then reverted just back to normal as soon as we changed topics.
Because he has strong, let's say, worldview in that topic, and he wouldn't accept any disagreement. So that's why when you were talking about computer games, which don't belong to his worldview, he was okay.
Yeah, tabletop role playing. He brought up video games. I said I don't really play video games. I kind of like watching people do it. It's interesting to see them. I've got like literally two thumbs. So I see people manipulate their keyboard and mouse and have their character jump and craft something and jump in over here and do that. I'm like, that's kind of cool. A lot of muscle memory and whatever. And it's kind of interesting, especially when they're really into it and there's all this extra jargon and stuff that kind of goes with it. But I said, yeah, so basically he wanted to talk about that too. And I said, I don't really have
sports.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's what he does. That's where he came into it. Him and Fight the Flat Earth were both part of this online gaming mind sports thing team. He represented America, I think, in mind sports. PhD Tony, yeah, he was telling us. I think he was the.
Or he's Australian, isn't he? Or New Zealand?
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Whatever country he was on, it was.
Okay.
He played mind sports for his country. Obviously, very.
Yeah, he kept asking me, why do I reject the heliocentric model? I would come up with something, a reason why I reject it. He said, I don't care about that. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You don't care you asked me why I rejected it, and then you told me you don't care about that.
PhD
and then he would get mad at
the guy who told me that triangles are made up of three 180-degree angles. Yeah, spherical triangles with 180 degrees. It's an equilateral triangle with 3 180 degrees.
Another weird thing that came up was I had brought up the NASA's heat shield problem for Artemis and how they kicked it. They kicked it a year into 2025. And I had Bob the Science Guy, this coal miner, a couple of people just screeching at me, "You're fake news." Like they literally turned into Trump. So I started dropping article after article, like going back until like January, stuff I've saved, screenshots and stuff. I go, here's the article in January. They talk about the heat shield problem, but they'll have it solved, so no delay. Here's February. The heat shield problem's worse than expected. Just one article after another. In each one, it's like, you're fake news. You're wrong. I'm like, I give up. Okay, sure. I don't know. Whatever. Then the next day, one of the globalists brought it up. It's like, hey, check this out. NASA's going to kick the Artemis program a year because of a heat shield problem. And they all started talking about how they would solve the heat shield problem. And I'm like, this is amazing. Right? I'm stunned right now, because like the topic came up because we talked about Challenger and Columbia, like the O-rings for Challenger and then the heat shielding for Columbia. And my take was, hey, these same heat shield problems they had from 2000, 20 years later, they still haven't solved them. And then they said, oh, yeah, the reason why people yelled at you was because you were making it sound like that it's never going to happen. You were adding some sort of conspiratorial thinking to that. I go, no, I just read the headline. I didn't do anything more or less than say they finally decided to kick the mission a year. Because they were talking about that they were going to have it solved. And I don't know, it's interesting because they don't listen to what you say, and then they add in some context, and then hear what they wanted to hear, and then respond to that. And you're like, how? I'm not exactly sure how to insert a correction to there because, like, that's not what I said,
Yes, they automatically misrepresent what you say. So this is their reaction. So you are talking about this Columbia or whatever issue.
Yeah.
But he was like in fighting mode. So he assumed maybe that you are just this is your argument against, let's say, this
the moon
missions. Yes.
And it wasn't. I wasn't making no argument there. I was just talking that, hey, the press release from the government has stated. And it was interesting, too, because some other globalists said, yeah, that was pretty cringe. I stopped listening, though, which made me think of that, the thing you talked about with the Betty. They're not really going to open up their mouth and say, hey, Bob, you're being weird right now. They just tune it out and go to a different Discord or listen to this or do something else. And that's what I thought was interesting too. They knew what I was saying, but they didn't back me up because they're like, "Oh, that's the wrong team. I'm not going to back a flat earther because that would be they put themselves out there or whatever the issue." That's another thing I'm trying to unpack. It's been a lot of these weird interactions that I haven't had in this this quote unquote arena before.
People put each other on sides. Betty came round the other week, right, and gave us an analogy. I don't know why he said this, but he said you never cheer the other team, and then he gave us an example of how he learned this rule was when he was at a football match and one of his mates well done, good shot, and he applauded the other side. So he promptly got a punch and smacked in his face for applauding the other side. So Beddy learned the lesson then that you never applaud the other team, which means that you have to support your team. And the moment you go into a conversation like that, then the other person is the other team. And you can't agree ever. And like, that's not a good way to have a conversation, is it? If you're going into it with the intentions of never saying, well, yeah, I suppose we can agree on that. If you can't do that, then I don't know how you could communicate with someone. That they're always in that combative mode, and you're never going to get anywhere, because even if you might be telling the truth, then they're going to assume it opposite. They're so contradictory already.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
All right, take care, man. See you next time.
Yeah, I've had there's a video there when we did talk to PhD Tony. I've got quite a few videos of PhD Tony, because PhD Tony was my first. I don't know. He can't be representative of all PhDs. He already admits to his therapist would agree that he's mad, crazy. So for him to be entertained and brought into this arena by Fight the Flat Earth makes total sense, because he's mad as well. In fact, there's a lot of people, I think, like we were saying earlier, with this idea of accepting a contradiction. I think that's what makes you mad. Insane. Because you've got no sanity. You've got no way to reason. You've lost all of your reasoning ability. So it's obviously easy to be insane. Now, is that the same as ignorance is bliss? Because I guess you're going to be ignorant
I wonder.
of logic, aren't you?
Yeah, and then so you've got a sort of idea where you start with, I don't know, or this is how the conversation ended. That's the one thing I was going to add earlier. So at the end, I said he wanted me to accept the globe. I go, okay, I accept the globe. What does that mean? He said it doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, so I've got no meaning from that. He goes, nothing means anything. There's nothing in the world that means anything at all. And I'm like, huh. Okay, so I accept your meaningless proposal. Like, this seems like just random chicken noises, or whatever, like just typing just random keystrokes and say, I want you to accept this. Otherwise, we can't be friends. And you're like, well, shit, Crit. I guess I value our friendship, so yeah, I accept your random keystrokes as I accept it as meaningless. All right, we're good. I mean, such a weird thing to say, or especially at the the PhD level. It just seems like, how did that sort of like syllogism or argument or sort of intellectual construct come out of his mouth?
Having conversations like we have over the past few weeks, without too many interruptions of insane people. It's been quite eye-opening, really. And you realise that, okay, that maybe not as many people watching, maybe not as many people interested, but the actual learning, the progress that's been made, I think, is eye-opening. The ideas of where we're actually going and, you know, what we can actually do, because believe us that nothing's even started yet. This has been practicing that the actual advanced simplicity and the realizing Euclid has all just been planned out. It's going to start properly soon, and it's going to be different than what it was before, right? There's a lot of people like we've been exposed to at the minute, people like Saragaki. I don't know whether the idea is to show people what happens to anybody that does come in here and I don't know, gain whatever understanding, that, you know, they will be made publicly shamed or whatever by some guy called Flat Earth Math that imagines he holds some sort of power of administering who is a flat earther and who isn't. I mean, all you need to know is that he contradicts himself, and yeah, he calls himself Flat Earth Math.
Yeah, who's the guy who he asked you a question? He said, "Okay, is something about, you know, some word soup thing, like, is the Earth a topographical plane, or what's Antarctica, or something like that?" And you said, "I don't know," and then he muted you and said that because you said you don't know, you're a flat earther, or something along those lines. Like, if you were a flat earther, you would have said ice wall. If you weren't a flat earther, you would have said continent. But since you are a flat earther, you said that you don't know. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. He used to hang, or that Reds Redrick dude was on the same night.
Weird tactics, because saying I don't know should be an honorable position to take, because that would be the truth in that sense, that you actually don't know. But then to have someone label you and slander you because of saying that you don't know, that seems ridiculous.
Yeah, and then turning off the mic too. It's like shutting your mic off, so then you can't articulate further or add other context or something along those lines.
Nathan Oakley.
Even defend yourself.
Oh yeah, the Nathan Oakley tactic.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. You know, that's been a well-employed tactic through a lot of this. And I think they get taught it as well. Because the idea of most of this stuff is to be able to portray a persona. So you have to take control over that. And the more, I guess, media training you've had, the more evident that is. You can tell how much I've had. That's why we're as professional as we are at the minute.
I mean, you can tell how much training I've had. I still get frustrated when dealing with people like this. Like, I hope it didn't ruin the show for everybody.
No. That's what it's all about. That realness, right? And you can only know what it's like once you've experienced it. Up until that point, your life is your life, isn't it? Like it's never anybody else's, and you've never really experienced something. But to experience something as strange as that, it is like down the rabbit hole talking to the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, good analogy, yes. Yeah, give me half a teacup. Let me slice it vertically for you and fill it up. Here you go. A very, very apt analogy, I would say. And you can't really do much about it, because if you say anything, they're just going to double, triple, quadruple down on what's been said already.
Yeah,
And
they'll literally imagine what you say and use that within their own internal contradiction. It's very strange, especially with people like Flat Earth Math, Charles. He's going to make another video, and that's going to be another expose of whatever he's got going on mentally. He's going to use it as a video about mental health. I mean, if that's not a help, I don't know what is, but he won't take it. So I'm sorry for anything that everybody may see or whatever in videos or whatever videos he's going to be making or whatever. But this is what happens when you get nutsacked. He's just been nutsacked by a perpendicular argument, which Saragaki's made, but I mean, it's not really Saragaki's, it's just a
fact of perpendicular.
Yeah. Just Euclidean principles in like its most basic form, really.
Yeah.
It's like one step up from proposition 1. Right? That's what I do anyway. Like, because I was thinking that. You do proposition 1, book 11. Establish your horizontal plane. And then simply hang a vertical.
Yeah.
At each end. Is it perpendicular to the horizontal? Or not? Which one would be tilting? The water level? Or the plumb bob? Or would they literally be perpendicular? Seems to me that all you have to do, right, in order to realise Euclid to start off with is can you establish a horizontal plane? Because like Spaghetti said, if water forms a perfect plane, then there can be no globe. I think he meant the dogmatic globe. Don't worry about the real globe believers. It's fine. Don't worry. Just the dogmatic globe. Sorry. It's got to go. If water forms a perfect plane. I was wondering which video to do first. Exposing flat earth math for being ridiculous. I mean, like the actual concept of flat earth math, not the person, obviously. It's one of those ones. It's a bit like Blue Marble Science. It has an entity of shrouded secrecy as a non-entity of science, and a YouTube character. Well, Flat Earth Math has this sort of enigma of being some sort of mathematical method that's used by a certain group of people or talked of within certain Discord channels or whatever, and a YouTube character. They're very similar, aren't they?
Yeah, I would say in that regard they're very alike. You could say it's the same between them in that regard.
Eric, classic. Charles, I urge you to leave the science of perpendiculars alone. Everyone who has ventured into that infernal sea has returned with broken mast and torn sail.
Holy shit, Eric, that's good.
Yes, a certain nut-sacking. So just leave it alone, right? It should come with a warning. I think we should start doing a warning at the beginning of the thing. Some of the matters we discuss are that real. You may have to concern yourself with cognitive dissonance and the effects of finding out that you may hold a contradiction. Challenging yourself. If you don't want to do that, then you at the beginning. Shall we? I think it's well worth doing, isn't it?
It's kind of what Blue Marble Science would do too. He'd tell you, "Hey, make sure you've got your oven mitt nearby, so when you randomly punch your computer screen, you don't break it."
Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah. But I mean, oven mitts.
Yeah.
Oven mitts on your donkeys a bit. I think that's animal cruelty.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say in a way like a trigger warning, but a nice trigger warning. Like what you're about to hear may challenge your worldview. If you're prepared, if you're in a safe space, mentally, physically, and spiritually, to have your worldview challenged, continue listening. If you need more time, turn off the video and come back when you're healthy.
Yeah. And everything's done for a helpful. And I'm not trying to be like a lot of that sort of stuff that they all do. It's too combative. I don't believe that the combative nature helps anyone. Don't think it ever has, and I don't think it ever will. So the aim is to not come across as combative. What time is it? It's midnight. It's going to be the weekend, obviously. We'll be back on Monday, but hey, who knows? Things are changing rapidly, and some short videos may be made, or maybe even we might go live for some short stuff. Who knows? Get some Buster song. Anyone got any requests for Buster? Blue sea level on the way in. I'm going to do wisdom because it's been a while. Thank you very much. It has been a good night. Pop into the Discord, click the link, come on in, come for a chat, and we don't aim to argue with people. We intend to discuss arguments with people. So pop into On the Level Discord. Thank you very much, Nightbot. Thank you very much, Saragaki, and see you Monday.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, The concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this proof.
We know that they were right.
True. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. You have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely true.